juara tim.
Little did I know she wanted you alone. I thought she was over you, but I guess I was wrong. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes she made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. She thought she could tear us apart when she kissed your lips.
Selamat menikmati konser romantis. Maba Untak Surabaya, pintar dan romantis.
Semua tangannya di atas, kita sambut. Ini dia Malik Education. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Jalan sambil bergandeng tangan, lalu berdansa sambil pelukan rasa. Angin berbunyi nada seperti lagu cinta. Ku tulis tentangmu, kita bikin romantis, bikin paling romantis.
Sambil bermain mata turun ke hati, hatinya jatuh.
Kita bikin romantis.
Halo, kita dari Selamat, kalian sudah resmi menjadi mahasiswa baru Untak Surabaya. Mari bikin romantis setiap masa perkuliahan.
Kau adalah alasan dan jawaban atas semua pertanyaan. Yang benar-benar kuinginkan hanyalah kau untuk selalu. Loncat semuanya. Oh, bangga.
Menjadi pilihanku, menjadi yang terakhir.
Let's go.
Menjadi yang pertama, dan selalu ada di saat pagi.
Keren banget Untak Surabaya. Terakhir, kita minta suaranya yang paling keras. Kita minta semangatnya yang paling gokil malam hari ini Untak. Siap kita loncat lebih tinggi lagi. Semuanya siap. Untak, are you ready? Let's go. Maukah dirimu jadi pilihanku? Jadi bayang terakhir, menjadi yang pertama, menjadi selamanya. Thank you. Thank you. Menari-nari kita terus menari meski hujan rintik turun, mengalun-alun bersama alunan angin malam.
Selamat kepada peserta PPKMB Utak Surabaya dalam dunia yang semakin terhubung dan canggih. Ingatlah bahwa teknologi adalah alat dan budi pekerti adalah dasar ya. Teruslah mengasah keterampilan teknis Anda dengan integritas dan empati.
Lihat kita bertaburan bunga-bunga, kupu-kupu saling menyapa, mengajak kita terbang bersama.
Founded in 1958, Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Untak Surabaya, is the first private university in East Java and one of leading universities in Indonesia. Today, we have approximately 15,000 students, consist of diplomas, undergraduate, master degree, and doctoral students in our 7 faculties in 29 degree majors. Untak Surabaya is identical with diversity, with students come from various regions of Indonesia and even international students. Students are actively involved in various academic and non-academic activities. A number of achievements have been accomplished in various competitions of national and international level. Our vision is to be a world-class, research excellent, educationally outstanding university, driven by honesty, intelligence, creativity, nationalism, and diversity. We have educated and worked with outstanding lecturers to deliver knowledge and leadership for a better graduate quality. Addressing our motto, an empowering and networking university, we are partnered globally and nationally with academic, research, and industry to build a vibrant and flourishing society. Untak Surabaya, an empowering and networking university.
adalah orang-orang yang dipilih untuk menjadi pemikir pejuang pemikir. Itulah profil mahasiswa Untak Surabaya.
Untak 17, 8,
Mahasiswa Untak Surabaya tidak hanya belajar teknologi, tidak hanya belajar sains, tetapi yang pertama Anda dididik karakter, dididik moral Pancasila, dididik karakter nasionalis. Untuk itulah saya berdiri di depan adik-adik sekalian.
Selamat datang untuk maba baru Untak Surabaya. Semoga kalian semangat, tercapai semua cita-citanya. Oke, semangat.
I don't wanna lose your love. I've been wishing on the stars above. If I go back in time for love, I know that I would find you. Do you ever think about that time when we were young? Everything we dreamt of being, we had so much fun. I don't wanna lose your love. I know that I would find you. Berkobar semangat, tak pernah padam, ikut menyebar ilmu pengetahuan. Sebagai maksud kita memiliki arti yang bermakna sebagai wadah dan penyebar ilmu pengetahuan untuk bangsa.
Care what you came from, only what you're gonna do tonight. This is what we came for. Let's find out what we're made of tonight. The way you rock and dance floor, I can feel your heartbeat on mine. I don't know what I'm in for, but baby, keep it going. I don't mind. We dance like nobody's watching. Dance like nobody's watching. My hands on your body. Surroundings getting foggy tonight, but we just getting started. So physical and thoughtless unite, and we just wanna stay here. It's obvious, it's so clear now. I know what I'm in for, so baby, keep it going. I don't mind. We dance like nobody's watching. can feel your heartbeat on mine. I don't know what I'm in for, but baby, keep it going. I don't mind. Whenever nobody's watching. Whenever nobody's watching. Whenever nobody's watching. Whenever nobody's watching.
Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky. Yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here. Yeah, I can see the
PKKMB tahun 2024 Stunning, fun, and wonderful.
I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. I can see the world from up here. Put all your stuff away and check out for the day. There's no time to waste when it's 100 degrees. Burns under your feet. Won't you have a drink with me? We head into town, see what it's about. Barely need a shirt, though the sun has almost set. Make the most of it. I know we will dance and sing. There's a heat wave. There's a heat wave, yeah. There's a party in the streets and the city's on fire.
Rektor akan membacakan teks narasi pengukuhan, mahasiswa dimohon untuk berdiri.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Dengan ini saya kukuhkan 2.918 mahasiswa baru pada tahun akademik 2024-2025 yang untuk selanjutnya saya serahkan kepada para dekan untuk menerima para mahasiswa melaksanakan tugas dan kewajibannya selama menempuh studi di Untak Surabaya.
PPKMB 2024 seru.
PKKMB Untak 2024 seru abis mencampol.
PKKMB Untak 2024 semangatnya.
Stuck in an endless cycle. Will my life gonna change? It's only you. Only you can turn my world upside down. It's true. Now I wish we could erase and rewind. I'm bringing back the fire, fire, fire. It's burning with desire, desire, desire. And I will take you higher, higher, higher. Becoming victorious. Bringing back the fire, fire, fire. It's burning with desire, desire, desire. And I will take you higher, higher, higher. Becoming victorious.
Hoy no bakal juara, Dir.
Little did I know she wanted you alone. I thought she was over you, but I guess I was wrong. I came to the party, I laughed at the jokes she made. I wish that I hadn't, 'cause now the joke's on me. I didn't come here just so I could watch you make a mess. I didn't come here to ugly cry in my favorite dress. She thought she could tear us apart when she kissed your lips.
Selamat menikmati konser romantis. Maba Untak Surabaya, pintar dan romantis.
Semua tangannya di atas, kita sambut. Ini dia Malik Education. Beri tepuk tangan yang meriah.
Jalan sambil bergandeng tangan, lalu berdansa sambil pelukan rasa. Angin berbunyi nada seperti lagu cinta. Ku tulis tentangmu, kita bikin romantis.
Selamat, kalian sudah resmi menjadi mahasiswa baru Untak Surabaya. Mari bikin romantis setiap masa perkuliahan.
Benar-benar ku inginkan hanyalah kau untuk selalu. Loncat semuanya. Go!
Menjadi pilihanku, menjadi yang terakhir.
Let's go!
Menjadi
Yang pertama.
selalu ada di saat pagi.
Keren banget Untak Surabaya. Terakhir, kita minta suaranya yang paling keras. Kita minta semangatnya yang paling gokil malam hari ini Untak. Siap kita loncat lebih tinggi lagi. Semuanya siap. Untak, are you ready? Let's go. Maukah dirimu jadi pilihanku? Jadi yang terakhir, menjadi yang pertama, menjadi selamanya. Thank you. Thank you. Menari-nari kita terus menari meski hujan rintik turun, mengalun-alun bersama alunan angin malam berpelukan, berbagi senyuman. Oh, melayang-layang kita terus melayang meski langit tanpa bintang, mendayu-dayu.
Selamat kepada peserta PPKMB Untak Surabaya dalam dunia yang semakin terhubung dan canggih. Ingatlah bahwa teknologi adalah alat dan budi pekerti adalah dasar ya. Teruslah mengasah keterampilan teknis Anda dengan integritas dan empati.
Lihat kita bertaburan, bunga-bunga, kupu-kupu saling menyapa, mengajak kita terbang bersama.
Founded in 1958, Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Untak Surabaya, is the first private university in East Java and one of leading universities in Indonesia. Today, we have approximately 15,000 students, consist of diplomas, undergraduate, master degree, and doctoral students in our 7 faculties in 29 degree majors. Untak Surabaya is identical with diversity, with students come from various regions of Indonesia and even international students. Students are actively involved in various academic and non-academic activities. A number of achievements have been accomplished in various competitions of national and international level. Our vision is to be a world-class, research excellent, educationally outstanding university, driven by honesty, intelligence, creativity, nationalism, and diversity. We have educated and worked with outstanding lecturers to deliver knowledge and leadership for a better graduate quality. Addressing our motto, an empowering and networking university, we are partnered globally and nationally with academic, research, and industry to build a vibrant and flourishing society. Untak Surabaya, an empowering and networking university. Founded in 1958, Universitas 17 Agustus 1945, Untak Surabaya, is the first private university in East Java and one of leading universities in Indonesia. Today, we have approximately 15,000 students, consist of diplomas, undergraduate, master degree, and doctoral students in our 7 faculties in 29 degree majors. Untak Surabaya is identical with diversity, with students come from various regions of Indonesia and even international students. Students are actively involved in various academic and non-academic activities. A number of achievements have been accomplished in various competitions of national and international level. City, we are partnered globally and nationally with academic, research, and industry to build a vibrant and flourishing society. Untak Surabaya, an empowering and networking university.
konsistensi masih tetap menjadi hal yang dipertahankan Untak Surabaya selama tahun 2023, terutama dalam peningkatan kualitas. Menyambut tahun yang baru, yuk kita lihat kembali setahun perjalanan, prestasi, dan semangat dalam Kaleidoskop Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya tahun 2023. Mengawali tahun 2023, kampus kebanggaan kita, Kampus Merah Putih, berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul dari Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Berdasarkan data dari Pangkalan Data Pendidikan Tinggi, pada Desember 2023 menunjukkan, dari 4.429 perguruan tinggi, masih sekitar 70 perguruan tinggi yang berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul.
Untak Surabaya selalu meningkatkan kualitas terbaiknya dalam berbagai aspek, seperti kurikulum, pengajaran, fasilitas, dan penelitian hingga pelayanan kepada mahasiswa. Pada bulan Februari, Untak Surabaya meraih akreditasi unggul sebagai saya mengapresiasi atas gotong royong dan sinerginya seluruh sivitas akademika Untak Surabaya.
Capaian membanggakan ini 5 program studi yang juga berhasil meraih akreditasi unggul, yakni psikologi, ilmu hukum, sastra penghargaan Gold sebagai perguruan tinggi pelaksana program kompetisi Kampus Merdeka 2023, Liga 2 Regional 1 dari perguruan tinggi negeri maupun swasta se-Indonesia pada Anugerah Diktiristek 2023. Selain itu, Kampus Merah Putih kebanggaan kita juga meraih peringkat 1 dalam implementasi anti korupsi, anti intoleransi, anti kekerasan, dan anti perundungan, serta peringkat 2 kinerja humas perguruan tinggi terbaik pada gelaran penghargaan Anugerah Kampus Unggulan tahun 2023 LL Dikti Wilayah 7 Jawa Timur. Mendukung peningkatan kualitas pengajaran dan riset, Untak Surabaya juga menambah 4 guru besar baru di bidang ilmu hukum, ekonomi akuntansi, dan ekonomi manajemen. Setiap tindakan kecil yang kita lakukan dapat membuat perbedaan yang besar bagi bumi kita. Seluruh sivitas akademika Untak Surabaya secara gotong royong menciptakan masa depan yang lebih hijau dan berkelanjutan melalui berbagai kegiatan yang terselenggara. Mulai dari pelaksanaan PKMB, wisuda, hingga kegiatan hibah program Wirausaha Merdeka. Berkat upaya dalam menerapkan program Eko Kampus, Untak Surabaya berhasil menduduki peringkat 47 nasional sebagai the most sustainable university in Indonesia. Sesuai pernyataan rektor tadi, seluruh pencapaian ini tentunya merupakan hasil sinergi dari sivitas akademika Untak Surabaya. Bener nggak? Setuju nggak, Dava?
Setuju dong, Luisa. Selain prestasi kampus, Untak Surabaya juga menorehkan berbagai prestasi di bidang akademik dan non-akademik pada tahun 2023.
Berprestasi di kancah internasional, 2 dosen Fakultas Psikologi Untak Surabaya wakili Indonesia sebagai pengurus organisasi psikologi ASEAN. Selain itu, 2 dosen berhasil menjadi pemenang inovasi video pembelajaran dari 50 pemenang se-Indonesia. Tak ketinggalan, ada 12 judul liba penelitian dari Untak Surabaya yang berhasil lolos pendanaan Direktur Riset, Teknologi, dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Kemendikbudristek, terdiri dari 3 judul penelitian dan 9 judul pengabdian. Berkat komitmen dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan, salah satu mata kuliah Deep Learning yang digagas oleh dosen Prodi Teknik Informatika, Dr. Fajar Astuti, mendapat apresiasi dan diterima menjadi mata kuliah MBKM di Spada Indonesia oleh Direktorat Pembelajaran dan Kemahasiswaan Republik Indonesia.
Sementara itu, mahasiswa Untak Surabaya meraih lebih dari 115 prestasi akademik dan 188 prestasi non-akademik pada kejuaraan Provinsi Nasional Liga Internasional.
Di bidang akademik, beberapa medali di ajang internasional, salah satunya diperoleh 4 tim mahasiswa Untak Surabaya
pada kejuaraan internasional Virtual Business Innovation yang diadakan oleh University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia. Selanjutnya, perolehan medali pada ajang internasional bidang non-akademik salah satunya diraih oleh Catur Christian Putra Hadianto dalam kejuaraan Third Plenary International Archery Open 2023. Dan Naura Darinasan dalam kejuaraan Pencak Silat Bandung Lautan Api International Championship Fall tahun 2023. Tidak hanya menyediakan pendidikan berkualitas, perguruan tinggi juga berkewajiban dalam berkontribusi pada pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan masyarakat secara luas.
Sebesar 26,9 miliar rupiah, dana hibah yang diperoleh Kampus Merah Putih diwujudkan dalam berbagai kegiatan.
Di bidang penelitian, Untak Surabaya tampil produktif dengan lebih dari 94 penelitian, perolehan 75 hak kekayaan intelektual, serta 3.072 publikasi dan pengelolaan jurnal. Sementara pada kegiatan pengabdian masyarakat, Untak Surabaya menurunkan sebanyak 1.472 mahasiswa dalam melakukan kegiatan kuliah kerja nyata atau KKN yang tersebar di 2 kota, 7 kecamatan, 40 desa, dan 5 RW. Selain Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Untak Surabaya juga melakukan berbagai kegiatan pembelajaran sebagai bentuk implementasi dari program Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM. Kira-kira berapa ya mahasiswa yang aktif dalam program ini?
Di tahun ini, sebanyak 1.599 mahasiswa Untak Surabaya terlibat aktif dalam program MBKM nih, sahabat Merah Putih, melalui 9 bentuk kegiatan pembelajaran. Baik KKN tematik, pertukaran mahasiswa merdeka, kampus mengajar, magang bersertifikat, studi independen, riset, kewirausahaan, proyek kemanusiaan, dan Indonesian International Student Mobility Awards atau ISMA. Untuk meraih visi menuju internasionalisasi, Untak Surabaya menjalin kerjasama dengan lebih dari 588 perguruan tinggi, instansi pemerintahan, perusahaan, hingga lembaga pendidikan baik dari dalam dan luar negeri, yang menghasilkan berbagai kegiatan sebagai wujud implementasi kerjasama. Misalnya, student exchange, joint research, joint community service, hingga international conference.
Proses perolehan prestasi, perkuliahan, serta jalannya pelaksanaan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi tentu saja terselenggara dengan baik didukung oleh fasilitas kampus yang memadai.
Untuk mempermudah pelayanan mahasiswa, Untak Surabaya terus mengembangkan dan meningkatkan fasilitas kampus. Salah satunya pembangunan dari gedung perkantoran pusat atau gedung R.Ing Sukonyono ini.
Peningkatan kerjasama dan jumlah mahasiswa yang berasal dari luar Pulau Jawa menginisiasi pembangunan Geraha Sarina. Guest House of Untak Surabaya ini sudah resmi beroperasi sejak diresmikan pada Oktober lalu. Berbicara tentang mahasiswa, di tahun ini Untak Surabaya menyambut 3.174 mahasiswa baru pada giat pengenalan kehidupan kampus bagi mahasiswa baru. Pada saat yang sama, juga melepaskan 2.920 wisudawan patriot Merah Putih yang siap mengabdi di masyarakat.
Sahabat Merah Putih, mari kita rayakan prestasi, kenangan, dan semangat yang telah menjadi bagian tak terpisahkan dari perjalanan kampus kita.
Terima kasih telah menjadi bagian dari kisah keberhasilan dan pertumbuhan kampus kebanggaan kita Untak Surabaya.
Selamat menyambut tahun baru.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin our event today, I would like to bring your attention to safety induction at this theater room located in main floor of Grahawiyata building. This event is being held at theater room Grahawiyata Untak Surabaya. This room is located on the main floor of the 9th floor building, which is a non-smoking and litter-free area. Please maintain the cleanliness and dispose of trash in the provided bins. Smoking is not allowed inside this room or in the Grahawiyata building area, except in designated smoking areas. This room is not equipped with an automatic fire extinguisher. There are 2 manual fire extinguisher dry chemical powder with a capacity of 3 kilograms located outside the room. Please take note of the emergency exits. There are 3 emergency exits located on the west, east, and south sides. In case of an emergency, please proceed calmly to the exit area, following the evacuation routes and assemble at the designated assembly point or safe gathering. Prayer rooms and restroom are accessible on floor 6 and 9. Full recording of any kind, audio or video, is strictly prohibited without the permission from the organizers. There will be official documentation managed by our designated team. Thank you for your understanding. We shall now proceed with our agenda.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants from Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Japan, and East Timor. A very warm welcome at the Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya. It's an honor for us to host the 2024 International Conference on Innovation and Community Engagement, ICoICE, with the theme Circulation Future Innovation for Sustainable Growth and Prosperity. I would like to formally introduce myself. I am Josephine Maharani and my esteemed colleague,
Husnul Fatoni,
as the Master of Ceremonies for today's event. We would like to extend our warm welcome to the honorable guest, Secretary of YPTA Surabaya, Dr. IGN Anom Maruta MA. Treasurer of YPTA Surabaya, Dr. Ontot Murwato, MM.AK CMA CA CPA. Rektor of Untak Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Mulyanto Nugroho, MM CMA CPA. Vice Rector First of Untak Surabaya, Mr. Harjo Seputro, ST.MT. Vice Rector Second of Untak Surabaya, Dr. Abdul Halik, MM.
Our warm welcome to the honorable plenary speakers. Professor Muhammad Rizal bin Arsyad from University Science Malaysia. Professor Maria Rosel San Pascual from University of the Philippines. Mr. Miharu Uchiyama from Daikin Industries at Kyoto University. We also delight to welcome delegates coming from abroad. From the Philippines, from Malaysia, and from Thailand.
May I present today's program sequence. The ceremony will commence with the Indonesian National Anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn of Untak Surabaya. We will then proceed with prayer, welcome remarks, keynote speech, photo session, plenary session, lunch break, parallel session, awarding, and closing. Before we commence today's activities, I kindly invite everyone to stand as we sing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn of Untak Surabaya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Thank you. You may return to your seats. Hadirin dimohon duduk kembali. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin our event this morning, may I invite Mr. Faisal to lead us in prayer. Kepada Bapak Faisal, dipersilakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Let's take a moment with our hearts. We pray and ask for all goodness from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hadirin Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, marilah pada kesempatan ini kita menghadirkan hati kita untuk berdoa dan memohon segala kebaikan dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Let me lead this prayer according to Islam, and for other religion, please be adjusted. Izinkan saya memimpin doa ini sesuai dengan agama Islam. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang beragama lain, dipersilakan untuk menyesuaikan. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukaffi masjid. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultan. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Amma ba'd. Ya Allah, the most gracious and most merciful, all praises are upon you. Please allow all of us who are attending this event with all our humility, praying to you for starting our event activity. Ya Allah, yang Maha Pengasih dan Maha Penyayang, segala puji hanyalah untuk-Mu. Izinkanlah kami segenap yang hadir dalam acara ini dengan segala kerendahan hati kami memanjatkan doa kehadirat-Mu untuk memulai kegiatan acara kami. Ya Allah, with the hope of your blessing, today we holding the international conference and community engagement ICoICE 2024. May this inspire us as an effort to advance our beloved campus in order to provide benefits and contribute to building society, the nation, and the state. Ya Allah, dengan memohon ridho, pada hari ini kami selenggarakan seminar rasional dengan inovasi dan keterlibatan masyarakat pada tahun 2024 ini. Semoga menjadi penyemangat kami sebagai upaya memajukan kampus kami tercinta dalam rangka memberi manfaat dan maslahat turut serta membangun masyarakat, bangsa, dan negara. Allahumma inna as'aluka ilman nafi'ah. Ya Allah, we ask you beneficial knowledge. Ya Allah, kami mohon kepadamu ilmu yang bermanfaat, warizqan thayyiban, abundant sustenance, rizki yang lapang, wa amalan muttaqabbalah, and good accepted deed, dan amalan yang baik dan diterima. Ya Allah, please accept our prayer and grant us goodness in this life and in the hereafter. Ya Allah, terimalah doa dan munajat kami dan berikanlah kami kebaikan hidup di dunia dan di akhirat. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi' lana min amrina rasyada. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa adkhilna jannah wal abrar ya aziz ya ghaffar ya rabbal alamin. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Sallallahu alaihi sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wasallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamu ala mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Faisal. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with our welcoming remarks. The first welcoming remarks will be delivered by our chair of the organizing committee. We invite Dr. Ahmad Yanu Alifianto, ST MBA, to come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chairperson and Board of Trustee of the Yayasan Perguruan 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya. Welcome to the occasion. Rector and Vice Rectors of Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya. Our honored partners from international intellectual community, University Science Malaysia, and then University of the Philippines Diliman, and then Universidad Dapas and Daikin Industry Kyoto University. Deans, heads of department, faculty, and study program leaders, and our esteemed speaker, presenters, and all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greetings. It is both a pleasure and a privilege to welcome each of you to the International Conference on Innovation and Community Engagement, or we can call it as ICoICE 2024. And we are thrilled to host this gathering of bright minds and leaders and experts who share a dedication to innovation and community engagement. This year, our theme, as you can see on the screen, Innovation for Sustainable Growth and Prosperity, highlights the critical role that innovation plays in shaping a resilient, sustainable, and prosperous future for communities worldwide. As we face increasingly complex global challenges, our conference seeks to foster collaborative dialogue and share impactful research and inspire initiatives that align with our shared goals of growth and community well-being. We are also deeply honored to welcome our esteemed plenary speakers who join us from respected global university. From University Science Malaysia, Daikin Industries Kyoto University, University of Philippines Diliman, and Universidad Dapas. We extend our sincere thanks to their contribution and insights, which will undoubtedly enrich our discussion and broaden our perspective. None of this would have been possible without the dedicated efforts of our organizing committee, the invaluable support of our partners, and of course the active participation of all attendees. To each and every one of you who contributed to the success of ICoICE 2024, I offer my heartfelt gratitude. Let us make the most of this occasion by engaging deeply, sharing openly, and collaborating effectively. May this conference inspire new pathways for sustainable innovation and community engagement. Thank you and welcome to ICoICE 2024.
Thank you for the warm welcome, Dr. Yanu.
Next, I am pleased to welcome the Vice Rector for Academic Student and Partnership Affairs, Mr. Harjo Saputro, STMT, to share the second welcoming remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and warm greeting to everyone. Honorable Chairperson and Board of Trustees of the Yayasan Perguruan 17 Agustus 45 Surabaya, Rector and fellow Vice Rector of the UNTAK Surabaya, esteemed heads of LPPM, Partnership Office, and other department, Dean, faculty leader, program heads, and unit leader across our campus, member of the organizing committee who have dedicated their time and effort, our distinguished speaker, presenter, and all participants join us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to stand here today to welcome you to the International Conference on Innovation and Community Engagement 2024. This event marks a significant gathering of minds from various regions, sharing insight and exchanging knowledge and of our them innovation for sustainable growth and prosperity. Today's conference brings together a remarkable array of distinguished speakers, scholars, researchers, and professionals committed to explore innovation to foster sustainable solutions for prosperous future. We are especially grateful for the involvement of our national partner, University Sains Malaysia, University of the Philippines Diliman, University Dapas, and Daikin Industry Kyoto, whose contribution a plenary spirit greatly aid and enrich of our discussion and profit in value global perspective. Your expertise and insight will undoubtedly inspire and guide our academic and research community. As Vice Rector of Academic Affairs, I am particularly heartened by the active participation of our faculty members and students. This conference provides a unique opportunity for them to engage in high-level academic dialogue, expanding both knowledge and network. Academic engagement of this level aligns with our mission, the culture critical thinkers, researchers, and leaders who are well prepared to tackle the challenge of tomorrow. Furthermore, UNTAK Surabaya is continuously working to enhance the quality of our academic program and research initiative. In the coming year, we aim to foster cross-disciplinary and international research collaboration that address real-world problems and drive impactful change. Implement advanced learning technology that prepare our students for a digital, globally interconnected world. Expand partnership with industry and community that create a direct and meaningful between the research and social need. Ladies and gentlemen, our university commitment to this goal reflects on dedication to shape a generation of graduates who are not only academically proficient but also socially responsibility and globally aware. To the organizer of the conference, I extend my deepest appreciation. Your tireless work has brought this event to light. Providing a platform where ideas are flourished and we as an academic community and collectively contribute to society progress. To all presenters, participants, and attendees, I thank you for joining us May this conference bring you new insight, foster valuable connection, and inspire us all to continue our commitment to innovation and community engagement. Thank you. On my today event, be meaningful and productive experience for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and enjoy the conference.
Thank you for your valuable insight, Mr. Harjo. Kepada Bapak Harjo dipersilakan untuk kembali ke tempat duduk.
We will now continue with the keynote speech. Our esteemed speaker is Professor Dr. Mulyanto Nugroho, MM, CMA, CPA. Professor Nugroho is the Rector of UNTAK Surabaya, and he was recently awarded as the winner of the Academic Leader Award in the field of Rector with student bodies above 10,000 students at the LL Dikti Region 7 level. Please give a round of applause in welcoming him to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Before keynote speech, let us shout our national greeting. Merdeka!
Merdeka!
The Honorable, the Foundation, Yayasan 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya, Pak Sekretaris, Pak Anom, Vision, Pak Bendahara, Pak Antot, Vision, our honor partner from international intellectual community, University Science Malaysia, Vision, Prof. Rizal. Lupa, don't forget. University of the Philippines, Diliman, and Daikin Industry Kyoto University, University Dapas, for sharing the keynote with us, Vice Rector 1 and Vice Rector 2, Dean Head of Department, Faculty of Study Program Leaders, our esteemed speaker, presenter, and all participants. Welcome to UNTAK Surabaya, welcome to the Red and White Campus. It is a honor to be here as the keynote speaker for the International Conference on Innovation and Community Engagement 2024. I warmly welcome each of you, distinguished guests, who commit to advancing knowledge and using innovation for sustainable growth and prosperity. Our theme, Innovation for Sustainable Growth and Prosperity, is highly relevant as we face global shifts that require us to rethink growth and prosperity. This era of transformation offers us unique opportunity to apply innovative practice that foster economic, social, and environmental sustainability. So, innovation and community engagement. Innovation drive progress, yet through sustainable, respect resources, communities, and the future. Community engagement, therefore, is crucial. It ensures our solutions are effective by aligning with the real needs of the people, whatever addressing social inequality, education, healthcare, of sustainable practice, community involvement is key to lasting impact. And then the role of university. As university, we play a vital role in driving change. We must go beyond research to build partnership, support local industry, and lead initiatives that enhance regional development. At Untak Surabaya, we prioritize innovation and sustainability, seeking to bridge academic insight with practice application. Through the conference, we aim to strengthen dialogue, collaboration, and impactful research for future where growth and inclusive and beneficial for all. Untak Surabaya, a legacy of excellence and innovation. Allow me to share some of the achievement of Untak Surabaya, a university that has consistently demonstrated a commitment to excellence and innovation. In recent years, Untak Surabaya has made remarkable achievement in both academic and community-oriented projects. Established itself as a leader in impactful sustainable development initiative. Number one, recognition for academic excellence. Untak Surabaya has achieved national and international accreditation for several programs, underscoring our commitment to quality education. Our institution has been recognized for producing graduates who excel in their field, particularly in engineering, law, business, and social science. Number two, innovation and research and development. Untak Surabaya has initiated numerous research projects with the direct impact and regional and national progress. Research initiatives such as the innovation for maritime tourism in East Java and the development of sustainable research sharing in Asian maritime tourism highlight our dedication to using research as a tool for economic community growth. Number two, community empowerment project. Through our Institute for Research of Community Service in Indonesia, LPPM, we have collaborated with local government, SMS, small and medium enterprises in Indonesia, UMKM, and community group implement project that empower local communities. From capacity building program in rural areas, Untak Surabaya continuously seek to break the gap between academic and community needs. Number four, commitment to environment sustainability. Untak Surabaya has also taken significant steps to promote environment responsibility. Through initiative like Green Campus Program and community-based environmental project, we are actively involved in reducing our environmental footprint while educating our students on the importance of sustainability. Number five, promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. To foster entrepreneurship, Untak Surabaya has established incubator and partnership with industry leaders, enabling our students and faculty to bring innovative ideas to life. Our enterprise program emphasizes relation and creativity, equipping our graduates with the skill needed to thrive in the competitive, ever-evolving job market. And then a vision for the future. Looking toward the future, we at Untak Surabaya have a clear roadmap that advance our institution role in fostering innovation and community engagement. Our development plan include the following key initiatives. Number one, strengthening research and innovation hub. We aim to establish specialist research center focused on emerging fields such as renewable energy, digital transformation, and sustainable agriculture. This center will facilitate interdisciplinary collaboration and attract research globally, enhancing our capacity to develop solutions with the direct societal impact. Number two, expanding international partnership. Recognizing the value of global collaboration, we plan to expand our network of international partners, facilitating exchange program and collaborative research projects. This effort will enrich the academic experience for our students and faculty, while also promoting culture exchange and broadening our impact worldwide. Number three, integrating advanced technology learning to prepare our students for the demand of a rapidly change to job market. We are investing in cutting edge technology by integrating AI, data science, and virtual learning platform into our curriculum. We aim to cultivate graduates with the digital skill required to excel in the global economy. Number four, enhancing community-centered program. Our commitment to community engagement remains steadfast, and we are planning new initiatives that address the unique challenge faced by local communities. This program will focus on areas like environment conservation, economic empowerment, and help supporting our vision to drive positive social change. Number five, fostering sustainable development goal, SDGs, and varied discipline. Our academic and extracurricular program will continue to align with the UN Sustainable Development Goal, ensuring that our students gain an understanding of the importance of sustainable practice. We believe that by fostering a culture of sustainability across all disciplines, we can empower the next generation of leaders to prioritize responsible growth and ethical decision making. As we gather here today, I ask all of you to think about what innovation means in the context of sustainable growth. Let us ask ourselves how we can design solutions that are adaptable, resilient, and responsive to the needs of our community. Let us explore how we can use technology responsibly, ensuring it enhances rather than disrupt the fabric to our societies. And let us work together across border, discipline, and sector to turn our idea into action that contribute to a shared vision prosperity. In closing, I want to express my gratitude to the organizer of this conference and to each of you for your commitment to making to different. The work we do here, the connection we form, and the knowledge we share, we have a lasting impact on our world. Together, we have the power to shape a future where innovation serves and a bridge to more equitable, prosperous, and sustainable society. Thank you very much. Allow to close, the keynote speaker I will deliver pantun. I'm sorry, Indonesia. Dari jauh nampak cahaya lentera.
Cakep.
Dari kapal yang sedang berlayar.
Cakep.
Selamat datang dan salam sejahtera. Semoga seminar berjalan lancar. One again puisi, one a bit pantun. Bunga cantik enak dipandang. Harum semerbak menenangkan. Bersama kita tumbuh berkembang dengan tema seminar yang menyenangkan. Thank you very much. Merdeka!
Merdeka.
Thank you, Professor Nugroho, for sharing such valuable knowledge and expertise with us today. It is very insightful and we learn a lot from your experiences. Kepada Bapak Rektor, dipersilakan untuk tetap berada di panggung.
As part of Untak Surabaya tradition, every 10 a.m. we sing Indonesia National Anthem. We invite all guests and participants to rise from their seat. Hadirin dimohon berdiri.
Thank you everyone, you may return to your seat. Kepada Bapak Rektor dipersilakan tetap di panggung untuk melaksanakan foto bersama.
Before entering the plenary session, let's have a group photo. I kindly invite to all VIP guests and plenary speaker to the stage. The next photo session, I kindly ask everyone to stand up on your place. Please ensure that you are visible and ready to smile.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri untuk melaksanakan sesi foto bersama.
Thank you everyone, you may return to your seat. Kepada para tamu VIP dari jajaran yayasan dan rektorat, disilakan untuk melanjutkan kegiatan berikutnya. Terima kasih atas kedatangannya pada kegiatan ini. Serta kepada seluruh peserta dan tamu undangan lainnya, diharap tetap mengikuti keseluruhan acara pada hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you are enjoying the event so far. It is now time to begin our first plenary session, where we will dive deeper into some of the key topics of our agenda. I am pleased to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session, Mrs. Luvia Friska Narulita, SSTMT. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Luvia to the stage to lead us through this discussion.
Bapak Ibu, selamat pagi. Good morning everyone. Good morning ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests from Malaysia, from Philippines, from Thailand, and also from Indonesia. It is very honored for us in Untak Surabaya to welcome you all to today's program in ICoICE. So my name is Luvia Friska Narulita, and I'm very delighted to serve you as the moderator for this session. Today we have our distinguished speakers for the first plenary session. First speaker is from University Science Malaysia, but for this plenary session we will have two speakers. The first speaker is from University Science Malaysia, and the second speaker is from Daikin Industries. Both of them will share their talks and expertise in sustainable technology. So let me introduce you the first speaker. Our first speaker is Professor Muhammad Rizal Arsyad. He is a highly esteemed academic and also researcher in control and robotics, especially focused on marine intelligent robotics systems. Professor Arsyad is a full professor at the School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering at University Science Malaysia. He completed his Bachelor of Engineering in Medical Electronics and Instrumentation at the University of Liverpool, followed by Master of Science in Electronic Control Engineering from University of Salford, and earned his PhD in electronic engineering in 1999 from the University of Liverpool. Professor Arshad has an impressive background, having supervised numerous postgraduate students and also published extensively in both local and also international journals. He is also a professional engineer with the Board of Engineers Malaysia, a professional technologist with the Malaysian Board of Technologies, and a chartered marine engineer with the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology and the UK Engineering Council. Professor Arshad, also senior member of IEEE, the founding chair of IEEE's Oceanic Engineering Society Malaysia chapter, a recipient of IEEE OES Presidential Award in 2019, and also Professor Arshad is the member of IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society for 2024 to 2026. Professor Arshad is recognized also as the pioneer in underwater systems technology and robotics research in Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Muhammad Rizal Arshad. Thank you, Professor Arshad, for joining us today. So today we are very happy to hear the insight from you. So you will have about 20 minutes for your presentation. Okay.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to everyone, esteemed colleague, lecturers, and also students. So before I proceed with my talk, I would just to share a bit about my background, and in addition to what our moderator mentioned. So I'm one of the distinguished lecturer program in the IEEE Oceanic Engineering Society. So this is a society which is an international society, professional society, which I'm active in. So I'm very happy to share just a few slides before we go into the topic of our discussion this morning. So next. So this is about IEEE. It is an international society. Oh, sorry, thank you very much. Okay. Okay. It doesn't show. Because of the background, it's okay, thank you. So there's around 427,000 members around the world in about 190 plus nations, and I have many colleagues also from Indonesia, member of IEEE, and I would strongly encourage students especially to be a member of IEEE, because this will increase your international networking for work, for research, for academic networking in many countries. And this is the general outline of IEEE. There's educational activities board, standard association, etc. And there's also many technical societies, which I'm one of the member in Oceanic Engineering Society. Next. So these are some of the areas which I'm Oceanic Engineering Society are very active in for marine, especially for ocean, and ocean fall pretty nice into the whole picture of sustainability of the world, how we look after the oceans. So for Oceanic Engineering Society, we also look into ocean engineering, ocean energy, global observation, instrumentation for the ocean, physical observation, etc. This is just one small chapter, one of the chapter in the multitude of chapters in IEEE, which I encourage you to join. And next. So as we know, the ocean covers more than 71% of the planet, and it's linked very much to the topic of sustainability which is the theme of the conference, this one-day conference. So you can see right from the atmospheric environment, the surface behavior, the underwater environment, right to the seabed biota or the living organism at the seabed. All these are one big ecosystem. And technically the Earth should be called ocean, not Earth, because only 30% of the Earth planet is covered by ground. More than 70% are ocean, so technically we should be called ocean, not Earth. But we are called Earth. Okay, anyway. So OES, Oceanic Engineering Society, is part, and I want you to have this picture at the back of your mind when we talk about sustainability. Because when you talk about sustainability of the world, we cannot just look on the what activities that human beings have on the land, but how it impacts the ocean and the marine environment. Okay, next. So this is the OES tree. So you talk about technology, you talk about science, you talk about engineering. But at the end of the day, we want to serve the community. So the whole idea is whatever we do in Institute of Higher Learning, universities, in the research lab, it must at the end translate into benefits to the community and societies around us. If not, it doesn't make any use whatever research we are doing. Okay, continue, next. Okay, the topic of today's presentation. So it is about rethinking tomorrow, a circular approach. So technically, I'm from the electronics background. I'm doing a lot of things on control, robotics thing. But it is part and parcel of looking at the world and how we can develop technology that will enhance the quality of life for everyone, for not just for our society, not just for a country like so big like Indonesia, but the whole world. So this is the whole idea of R&D, for example. Next. So what is our, as in every, not sure where we are, we need to know first where we are before we start to move. I'm coming from the robotic researcher. In robotics, when you develop a robot development will answer two main questions, which is where am I now and where am I going? So where am I now is the question of localization. We need to localize where you are, then you start to ask the question where am I going, which is navigation and tracking. So the basic question, what do we know now? Next. So this is the Global Innovation Index for the whole world as in 2023. So I'm pretty sure you are searching for Indonesia, right? Maybe, yeah. So where's Indonesia in terms of innovativeness of the country? Currently, I'm reading a book about Islam and science, and it talks about how innovation propelled and strengthened the Islamic empire in the 18th to the 16th century. It all boils down to innovativeness of the nation. So a nation can be very prosperous if they are very innovative. The people are very innovative, and the country become very innovative. So this shows the innovative index. And as you can see, the greener, the lighter the color, the more innovative it is. The darker the color, the less innovative we are. So you can see in this context, the most innovative seems to be on the Western countries, in the US especially, because, and now you can see China. If the US, the innovation index 63.5, China is 55.3. I think China soon they will beat the US in terms of innovativeness. I just came back from China last week. I spent 10 days in China for conferences. You can see, you talk about EV. We are imagining what kind of EV we want to implement. In China, they are using it. So, but we do not know about it because you have to go there and see it, for example. So we see, for example, in this case, Indonesia is 30.3. Malaysia in this case is 40.9. But the whole point is this is not just these are winners or these are losers. It's not that issue. It's about to know where we are in the whole picture of innovation, then to how we drive it forward. It's no point comparing Malaysia and Singapore, Indonesia with Malaysia or Singapore, because Indonesia is such a big country. Once you move, you can really move. Okay, so you can, and next. So this is global economy by GDP, how much we are worth. The money circulating in the world is $88 trillion. $88 trillion. That's the amount of money circulating the global finance, global economy. You can see Indonesia is around 1.1, it holds about 1.16% of the global economy. US is 24.32, China is 14.84. I think China is also moving very fast, etc., etc. I think they made the spelling wrong here, Malaysia. I'm not sure which country is that. So 0.4%, for example. So this is important because innovativeness mirror the how you control the global economy, okay? And if you, next. So this is what we call, in terms of the actual amount of money in your economy, in our economy. So you can see in the US it's 21.43 trillion and so on, so on. So the whole point of showing this is that for us to have a sense of localization, to localize our, what is our condition now before we talk about innovation, okay? Next. What about innovations? Now we talk about innovation. Now we know where we are. What about innovation? Next. So these are the history of innovation cycles. So you have the 60 years, the first wave during the Industrial Revolution. They talk the first wave about water power, textile, iron. They talk about second wave, steam power, rail. The third wave, electricity, chemicals, internal combustion engine in the early of the 20th century. You go about the fourth wave, petrochemicals, electronics, aviation. The fifth wave, digital network, software, new media, and then you talk about the sixth wave. Now the point is, if you talk about the previous first until the fifth, we are now followers. We are not trendsetters. Now people talking about the sixth wave. So when you talk about innovation, how can we become not just the trendsetter, or not just the followers, or the laggers, they call it, but how do we then play a role in become one of the innovators for the sixth wave? So you talk about AI and IoT, robot and drones, clean tech, renewable energy, etc. So this is the way forward, 2020 until 2050 or onwards. We talk about the sixth wave. So at the end of the day, the whole point, these are driven and it mirrors the economic prowess of the country. So the innovativeness it correlates. It's a 1.0 correlation between the economic prosperity and the innovativeness of the country. Okay? And if we cascade it down to the university, the innovativeness of the university will then propel the university. And it goes down to the person. If an innovative person will be able to propel his or her career. So it's about innovation. Next. So what is innovation? So you talk about, as mentioned by the rector, giving definition of innovation. It's about new process design, improving an existing product, but it's also about new ideas, generating original concepts. You know, nowadays it's very difficult to really come up with really original ideas. As Newton said, he is not great, he is standing on the shoulders of giants. If Newton can say it like that, if Newton can say that he is not great, he's just somebody standing on the shoulders of giants, so are we. So same up with us. We are not trying to come up with totally original invention, but how do we look at the current innovation and how do we utilize it for our benefits? Okay? So, and also value creations. The idea is about value creations. So you talk about process innovation, product innovation. At the end of the day, what kind of technological innovation that you will choose, that you will use. Next. So what are sustainable development goals? So now we know about the status, we know about innovation. How do we link to SDGs? I think I told to some of my colleagues, many of my colleagues, that we cannot run away but to have an appreciation of the SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goals. Because this is the overall framework that will enable us to focus our innovation and match it with the needs of the society and the world. Okay? Next. So the importance of sustainable development, we talk about preserving the environment, social equity, economic growth, we talk about long-term resource availability and climate change mitigation. There is a very stark difference between mitigation and prevention. It's different, you know. We know that prevention means you prevent things from getting worse. But mitigation, you talk about things already got worse, but you try to control the impact. So in most cases, we talk about mitigation nowadays, in terms of the global temperature increase. We are talking about mitigation, not so much prevention now. Next. So these are the 17 SDGs. I think I also Googled, you can Google it. Okay, next. Next. Okay, this is how you arrange the 17 SDGs. These are the level of priority. So you can see the most important is the biosphere. That means the environment, the ecosystem of the world, including land, also ocean ecosystem. It is combined. So you talk about 15, 14, 6, and 13. Then you go up, society, SDGs looking at society, SDG looking at the economy. So at the end of the day, when we talk about this, we can talk about big ideas, but people are concerned about day-to-day needs in terms of food, safety, economic stability. So at the end of the day, our SDG should at the end contribute to economic transformation or improve in economic standing. Okay, next. So then we talk about linear to circular economy. And is it a new socio-economic paradigm, or is it just the same old, same old? Is this just the same? Is it a new paradigm? Next. So when you talk about linear to circular economy, so linear economy is what we have been doing since the first wave of technology breakthrough. But now people talk about circular economy. That means instead of thinking about what we do with the waste, we think of how we can make sense or make use of the waste, not just getting or how to get rid of the waste, but how to make use of the waste. So this is, if you go in a more simplified form, next. So this is linear economy. You've done it. It goes to the rubbish bin. Recycling economy, you try to take whatever from the waste and try to recycle some of it. But circular economy is you try to, as much as possible, to reduce the waste to the minimum. So this is what we call a circular economy. Next. Sorry, I do sound like I'm running, right? Because I'm afraid I'm running out of time, so I'm running. So you have to catch up with me, okay? So linear economy is you take, make, use, waste. This is linear economy paradigm. Take, make, use, waste. Recycling economy, take, make, use, waste, try to recycle. But circular economy, you take, make, use, you reuse, repair, return. So that means you try to reduce as much as possible the waste. Then I talked to our next speaker, Mr. Meharu, talk about air conditioning. One of the outcome of waste of air conditioning is the heat. So they also come up with some method how to use the heat in order, rather than it waste into the environment, how you use the heat from the aircon. So this is a concept of circular approach. Okay. Okay. Next. So what are the principles of the core principles? These are the core principles of the linear economy. At the end of the day, we were talking about benefits to the generation, current generation, and especially the future generations. They're saying that some people say that what we have now is not ours, it's the future generation. This is the owner is the future generations. They are our children, our grandchildren. They are the actual owner of what we have today. So whatever we do today, the impact will be felt by not by us, but the future generations. Okay? Next. So this is just looking at different kind of technology, different kind of innovation, different kind of economic model that you want to use in order to basically bring impact. So you talk about impact to the market and technology newness. So I just want to emphasize one point here. When you talk about technology, when we try to map technology, innovation, and also impact, it's not so much that technology must be very high tech. The technology can be very low tech. but the impact can be highest as long as we can translate or transfer the benefits of innovation and solve real problem in the society. Okay, next. Okay, this is a very full, it's very full. So this is just to tell us, when you talk about innovation, for example, we do R&D in the university, we must always try to link it to the bigger picture of where innovation or technology development in terms of the usability or practicality of it in society, in the masses, rather than just leaving it and focusing and cutting the relationship between what the novelty that we develop and the usability of the thing. Next. So example of sustainable technologies. What are now the current example of sustainable technologies that can be linked to the circular economy or circular paradigm? Okay. First, next is renewable energy. These are, so if you are a graduate or master degree and you're looking for a place for PhD study, you can see many universities around the world offering PhD scholarship for this topic, renewable energy. Because this is a real issue, because the degradation of the fossil-based fuel has led to the need for us to look for renewable energy replacement. So you talk about wind power, geothermal, hydro, biomass, solar power. So these are, and many countries, I think I'm pretty sure Indonesia also are investing a lot of money to try to replace the current fossil-based energy to renewable-based energy or green energy. But these are, when you talk in the bigger scheme of things, it doesn't look practical to the common people. So when you talk about common people, how do you then generate a product which can be used by the common people, by the villagers, by the rural areas, without putting a very high cost for it, reducing the cost, and yet providing the same efficiency in terms of power generation? This is a challenge. Okay, next. Then sustainable agriculture. This is also one big area of research. In Malaysia, I know of, there's a big research in the palm oil plantation. I think the same with Indonesia, because only 2 countries in the world that produce, Indonesia and Malaysia. So there's a lot of research on palm oil. For example, how to harvest the palm fruits. Now we use humans to go. It's very labor intensive, very dangerous. You go to the hills, very steep hill. But I'm from robotic people. When you think of it, how you want to develop a robot that can climb a palm tree, harvest the right tree, the right fruits, transfer it, so very technically challenged. But as in all engineering solution, the first investment, the first initial cost is always high, but then the cost will be reimbursed with a long-term deployment. The efficiency increases. Third, next, you talk about green buildings. So can we consider this whole green buildings or not? I'm not expecting any answers, but I'm saying that when we build buildings, you talk about energy efficiency in terms of how you control the heat, the temperature, so that it's not that cold, it's not that hot, for example. And there's so many elements of optimal approach in ensuring that the area is green. For 5 more minutes, okay. Okay. I just came back from China. I was in Guangzhou airport. It was late at night, around 11, I think. So you know, the airport is very big. So apparently, because there's not many people, when there's not many people, the whole area will be dim. Then as I went into that part, the whole light up. So I feel very honored because somebody is appreciating, but actually they are just controlling the light, right? And I compare to my airport, not my airport, the Malaysian airport, they say like, hey, the light will be on 24/7. So I say, as simple as that, as simple as that. So I think, if you are used in the airport when you have a morning flight and you have to stay from the night, you would want the light to be dim so that you want to sleep. So I think a simple a simple paradigm change, you can do this green building implementation. Okay, next. Then you talk about EV. There's a lot of EV. You have conventional vehicle CV, you have hybrid electric vehicle HEV, you have plug-in hybrid electric vehicle PHEV, you have BEV. The point is, next, the point is you want to replace, next, you want to replace your internal combustion engine to EV because of the exhaust plume, that being the pollution, and the fact that the input are fossil fuel and you got pollution. Next. So this is the whole concept of EV, well-to-wheel or well-to-pack, okay? And tank-to-wheel or pack-to-wheel, battery pack, okay? And you can see that for EV, you have this recycling, or the paradigm of reusing some of the byproduct of the motor drive in order for you to drive the car. Okay, next. Okay, a conclusion. I think I feel very tired after running so fast. So you can see my heart rate. I will check how much running, how much calorie I've burned this morning. So the conclusion, the imperative of circular economy, I think is very important for us, especially the dosennya, the researcher, the students, to understand that when you develop something, you want to reduce waste. As much as possible, there is no waste. From the material point of view, electricity point of view, heat point of view, selection of material point of view, okay? Then you talk about the role of academia. So this is where, this is a source of innovation. So like UNTAC, I think UNTAC is a very vibrant university, right? So if the research is very vibrant also, and you become very innovative, the university also will go forward and leapfrog to a much better situation. So, and they'll talk about economic benefit of circularity, and this is a call to action. So I was informed when I attended training on giving presentation, they say at the end of the day, you must give them the call to action. What is the call to action? The call to action is us, organization must embrace sustainable practices and work together to build a circular future that benefits both people and the planet. So at the end of the day, I hope you have benefited from my short running presentation, and we understood, we tried that sustainability is not an option, it's compulsory for all of us to embrace it. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Asar for that insightful presentation about circular economy and also the sustainable economy, which he said that innovation mirror to our economy. So our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Miharu Uchiyama. He is a professional with a background in condensed matter physics. He earned his bachelor degree in science from Hokkaido University, and since 2017, he already worked with Daikin Industries, working in the R&D strategy group of the air conditioning division. Mr. Uchiyama focused on analyzing competitor strategies and developing technology strategies in the field of residential IoT. Mr. Uchiyama have contributed to the development of an innovative smartphone app that integrates with air conditioners to improve sleep quality, and have played a key role in exploring new business ventures for the company. Currently, Mr. Uchiyama engaged in collaborative research with Kyoto University, working on pioneering concept for the future of air conditioning. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Miharu Uchiyama.
Okay, can I start? First of all, thank you for everyone and UNTAG Surabaya for inviting me to stay here. It's very honor to be able to speak here for me. And today, I'd like to talk about the collaboration project with CICES, Kyoto University, toward making sustainable cooling culture in Southeast Asia. Next. So first, let me introduce about our company and myself. The Daikin industry is, as you may well know, it is an aircon company selling residential, commercial, industry AC, and also ventilation product and air purifiers. It was founded in 1924. It's a 100th anniversary this year, and has a 170 countries business all over the world. And its annual sales is over 400 trillion Indonesian rupiah, and which makes Daikin as the world's largest aircon company in the world. And on the right, about me, my name is Miharu Chama, as the introduction, and I study physics in the university. And after graduation, I started working for Daikin in R&D center called Technology and Innovation Center in this picture. And now I'm doing market and technology research with universities. Next. And our partner, CICES, it stands for the Center for Southeast Asian Area Study. The study field range from natural science, social science, humanities, life science, and this transdisciplinary area study is a very unique characteristic of CICES. Next. So, this is the background of our collaboration with Kyoto University. Starting from 2021, we have started comprehensive collaboration with Kyoto University. We set up 5 collaboration programs: healthcare, high technology, smart city, emerging market, and startup. Today's topic will be about this number 4, emerging market. In this program, we are doing collaboration with Asia and Africa Area Study Institution in Kyoto University for the creation of future air conditioning concept. Next. So, this is on the left-hand side. This is the world heat distribution. We are using index called CDD, cooling degree days. So CDD is higher, the hotter, and that means you need more AC. As you can see, the Southeast Asia and India and Africa and South America needs more AC. But as you can see on the right-hand side, the AC air conditioner penetration rate in Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia is very low, like 10% still. So this means huge market chances or huge market growth prospect for us. Next. So we are, so therefore, in 2040, a number of air conditioners in Southeast Asia will be 7.5 times compared with that of 2017, from 40 million in 2017 and to 300 million in 2040, and half of which is from Indonesia. Next. But the AC has a big problem. That is, it's huge electricity consuming. Even in 2030, 43% of electricity usage in home will be from AC. You can see the red one. Next. So, today's topic for me is about cooling. But cooling can be divided into 2 categories. One is active cooling, and another is passive cooling. Active cooling is mostly depending on air conditioner. It is very comfortable and very fast to cool the environment, but at the same time, it has a problem of consuming energy, and it is still expensive for most of the people. And on the right-hand side, passive cooling, there are many options like planting tree, using natural ventilation, or sprinkling the water on the road. This can be very cheap and eco-friendly, but it is not as effective as active cooling. Next. And now, as everyone knows, the global warming and urban heat island is happening. Left-hand side is surface temperature of Jakarta and world, the average of the world. A red line shows Jakarta. And so in this 150 years, Jakarta has experienced 2.4 degrees of increase in temperature, and which is higher pace than that of global average because of its urbanization. But in India, the case is much worse. In 2014, the average temperature of the Delhi used to be around 30. But in 2022, it has risen almost about 40 degrees. It's a 10 degrees of increase. So now it is very important for us how to cool the environment. Not only for your environment, but for the Earth. If you depend only on active cooling, it consumes energy. But if you depend only on passive cooling, it's not effective enough. So that's our idea. So we are thinking that the combination of active and passive cooling is the key. Next. So with these challenges, we have been doing the research workshop with Kyoto University from 2022, inviting various fields of researchers around the world. Field is like energy, community development, air conditioning, history, and architecture, urban planning, and so on. Next. And last week, starting from 20 of this month, this is the biggest event for our program of this year. We have organized the seminar with CCS and Daikin Industry, NPO Operation for Habitat Studies, and Center for Study of Climate Change and Urban Resilience in UNTAG Surabaya. Next. So let me introduce briefly about our seminar's concept. Next. So because of the economic growth of the world and Indonesia, next, we are facing the problem of global warming and urban heat island. Next. So in Southeast Asia, we used to live in the open type architecture. Next. But with the economic growth and global warming and urban heat island, more and more people are starting to live in closed type architecture made with bricks and concrete. Next. But at the same time, this type of closed type architecture is leading to the weakening of community because they stay inside and do not go outside very often. Next. And when you stay in the closed type architecture, you have to use AC inside. So this also leads to the more energy usage and leading to the global warming, and it is a virtuous cycle. Next. So, our aiming for that seminar is how we can make the sustainable architecture and air conditioning model in Southeast Asia in carbon neutral era, and how we can combine the passive cooling and air conditioning, and how we can make a comfortable thermal living environment in development of global warming and creation of sustainable urban life. Next. So we have got 21 participants from all over the world, mainly in Southeast Asia and Japan. Actually, I was one of the participants in this seminar. And their affiliation is from like government and companies and universities. And their specialization is also diverse, like media communication, architecture, geography, medicine, health, policy science, and so on. It's very diverse background. Next. And our seminar started in October 20 and in Jakarta, and we had a lecture from ministries. And after that, we flew to Surabaya and stayed there for 6 days and got a lecture about like energy policy and about housing in Surabaya. And also we had an excursion in Kampong in Surabaya and did a group work for 3 days. And final day, we had a presentation by participants. Next. So I will show you what we did. Next. So in Jakarta, we had a lecture by ministry like Bappenas, PUPL, MEML, PLM about their policy and their regulation about how they are making effort to the transition of renewable energy. And also by PLM, it's a state-owned electricity company. We have the lecture by them. And also Kyoto and Tokyo University gave us a lecture on what is the challenge for the transition to renewable energy from coal energy. Next. And also we had an excursion or field work in Kampong. This Kampong is experiencing a high density population, and they are facing hard sanitary situation and low air circulation and low sunlight. Next. We also listened to the explanation of the Kampong Susun Aquarium. Here, the residents were once evicted, but after that, the residents and NPO together made a new type of building and suggested the government to live like a kampong so that they have the shared community space in each floor so that they can communicate each other. Next. And in Surabaya, next, we had also a lecture on the kampong's history and policy and the possibility of architecture, how we can change the kampong. Next. And we also had a field tour excursion and observed how people are living and how people are getting cool environment. For example, by making a roof on the array, or by planting tree on the array, or there are many shops on the array which sells cold drinks. So this is a way, this is a way people are getting the coolness in kampong. Next. And we also found that the kampong has is very diverse. Some kampong has this kind of unique culture in their house, and another kampong, they are more bigger houses and more like modern architecture and has AC on their house. Next. We also had a public house excursion on the Rusun Sombo, which is owned by Surabaya City. And in this architecture, on each floor, there is a big community space so that people can still have the community interaction in front of their house. This is designed by famous architecture Dr. Johan Schias in Indonesia. Next. After the lecture and excursion, we, by dividing into groups, we had our own fieldwork and interview and paper research. We interviewed residents, how they are getting cooled and how AC are used. And we also watched how they are maintaining their environment. And each day, the groups shared their findings to the mentors and all of the participants and get feedback and do the next day's excursion. And we repeated it. Next. So here I show the result of final presentation. We have various kind of the ideas from the groups. One group suggested a heat alarm for the kampong residents. For example, like we can put a sensor on the houses, and if it's too hot, the mobile aircon will come. Or we can also set up a cooling center in the community owned by community. Next. And group 2, they suggested us the technology acceptance model of AC. Because AC is very new technology for the most of the kampong residents. They suggested that we should use the technology acceptance model, how they perceive the AC, and what external factors drive them to start buying AC, and how they are using after purchase. Next. And group 3, they suggested us how we can, they focused on the kampong near Tunjungan area. And they suggested us, like we can make a green canopy on the array as a tourist destination. Next. And another group, they focused on the kampong Timbak Bayan, and their experience actually the challenge of eviction from nearby hotel. And they analyzed the strengths, weakness, opportunities, and threat of the kampong. And they suggested making an existing hall as a combination of passive and active cooling, and making the kampong so that people can come and gather and communication with each other. Next. And final group, group 5, they suggested us or actually the government to do to implement a policy, because it is very normal for Indonesian people to be hot. Therefore, like there is no countermeasurement or criteria in the policy how to mitigate or how to adapt to other urban heat. And group 5 found it's very problem. Next. So in this seminar, we learned that the rising social awareness of the need for decent cooling and its integration into the policy is needed. And also, we got the idea of shared cooling spot for the people and mobile AC for temporary use. We are aiming for the verification of this idea. Next. And as our next action, we are planning to further research the heat stroke analysis in Southeast Asia and the impact of heat stress on health and QOL in Southeast Asia, and analyzing technology acceptance model of AC in Southeast Asia. On the right-hand side, we are also planning to do a social implementation, verifying ideas of mobile AC and shared cooling spot, and green building for people, and integration of urban heat island adaptation and mitigation measures into policy. So we are very welcome who are interested in this field to collaborate with us. Next. Thank you for listening. I think my English is not so good, so if you have any questions, just feel free to raise your hand and ask me any question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chiyama. You may have a seat here. So, Bapak Ibu, hadirin sekalian, ladies and gentlemen, you may have, if you have any question for both speakers today, you may raise your hand and please give me your question in English or in Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, for the first session, I will accept for 3 questions first. Maybe you can raise your hand right now. Okay, the first one with the blue shirt. The second one. Please tell me your name and your university, maybe your institution.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Mr. Rizal. Thank you very much for being willing to share your insight and experience with us. My name is Arfat. I'm a student in Magister Architecture program at Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya. I have issues about safety of recycled materials. How can we ensure that recycled materials used are safe and meet standards, especially for products that come into the direct contact with food or health products? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Prof. Rizal, do you want to answer it right now or maybe for the next question? Okay. Okay, 2 more questions. So we already write down your questions. The second question, please. Is there any more question? Okay, di belakang.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I have my personal questions for Mr. Rizal. So you were talking about the economics and technology And my question is, how can we ensure that the cost of developing and manufacturing technology do not outweigh its economic benefits? That's my questions. Thank you, sir.
Please give me your name, please, Miss.
My name is Khaira, I'm sorry. Khaira.
Khaira.
Yes.
Untak Surabaya?
Yes, I'm from Untak Surabaya.
How can you ensure about the economy or what? Maybe you can repeat your question, please.
Okay. How can we ensure that the cost of developing and manufacturing technology do not outweigh its economic benefits?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The third question, maybe. Is there any more question, please? Maybe from the student or from Bapak Ibu. So, okay, to Prof. Rizal is okay, to Mr. Uchiyama is okay. If there is no question, maybe you can answer right now, Prof. Rizal. Okay, the first question is from Afad, the student from Magister Architecture, is about the safety of recycled materials,
Okay.
especially for food industry.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, you can ask Mr. Miharu question also. Okay, in terms of, I think recycling there is a real issue in terms of recycling. And we talk about circular economy. The ideals of circular economy is we there is zero waste. That's the idea of circular economy. That means there is no waste at all. But technically, I think practically it may not be realizable. That means with zero waste. As of the technology that we have today. That means there is always some percentage of waste which will be produced. But at least the most important thing is for us to change the behavior, the way that we handle waste. I think for those of us who have been in Japan, for example, you know they have, sorry, of course he's next, he can tell you much better about it. If you are in Japan, you have been trained from the school children, right at their house to separate waste once you produce it, right at the point of source of waste. So I think the issue of recycling is to embed the culture of recycling right in the society. So if in the context of university, how we embed the idea or the behavior of recycling into the students and the members of the university in their daily life. Okay, back to the question in terms of safety, I think this is issues that were faced by, for example, in China and also India, for example, they have a very large industry, small-scale industry that recycle waste from electronic products. So what they end up is they use a lot of chemicals in order to recycle the gold, the metals in the circuit boards, etc. So there is an issue of waste. So, but now I think time has this. We are talking about 20, 30 years ago. Now more standards have been embedded into the process, and I think the amount of waste has been reduced compared to what was before. So I think there's always an issue or hazards in terms of safety for the recycling, the material that you're handling. So if we are talking about recycling as an industry, the authority can put regulation on the organization or the company. But when you talk about small scale, like individual recycling efforts, and then there is a limit to what kind of waste that they can handle, for example. If you go to hospital, for example, there are clinical waste. This clinical waste cannot be handled individually. It must be handled by a proper company, a proper authorized company, because there's a danger to handle clinical waste, for example. So to answer your question, that means there are certain limits to what kind of waste that you can handle at a small scale level, and what kind of waste that you can handle at an institution, we call it like organization in terms of company in a big scale. So when you talk about big scale, we can implement standards, but from small scale, that may be a challenge in terms of handling waste, which are a bit dangerous in terms of, I know of some countries, they even recycle food, right? So I think people inherently do not want to recycle food, but they recycle food because it's an issue of life and death, right? So they have to recycle food. So that is a different discussion. We're talking about waste. Waste we can choose to produce and the ways that we can use to recycle. So I think the issue of safety will always be there when talking about recycling. But once we embed the idea or the habits of recycling, I think we can at least reduce we can mitigate. Remember I said, it's not about prevention. We are always talking about mitigation. That means there is also already a problem, how you mitigate the problem, not so much to prevent, because it's already there, the problem. That's so much I can respond to your question. For the second question.
Second question is, how can we ensure that the cost economy is outweigh?
Okay, this question, when I talk about, there's no guarantee that your innovation will be transformed into economic benefits. There is no guarantee. For example, when we talk about theory of relativity, we talk about quantum computers, quantum theory, for example, which was formulated by Einstein many years ago, right? There was no clear economic benefits back then. But now, after 50, 60, 80 years now, there is a clear economic benefits because many countries around the world are developing quantum computers, basing on the theory of relativity and the quantum mechanics, the idea of quantum mechanics. So they produce quantum computers, and quantum computers are now no longer in theory; it's already there in practice. Now, recently there's a Chinese researcher. They've used quantum computers to break the passwords because, if I can just share for those of you not coming from electronic background, you know, when you talk about analog, digital, you talk 1 and 0. There's only 2 states, 1 and 0. In quantum computers, there can be more than 2 states. There can be 10, 20, 30 states. That means you can do multiple processing very fast. So if digital 1, 0, 1, 0, it's only 2 states. That's why it's slow. But that's why quantum computers was based on ideas there was no economic benefits back then. So if innovation are linked to clear economic benefits, people will not do any innovation because you can never be certain that there will be economic benefits out of it. Okay, but for companies like commercial, like our friend here from Daiki, etc., normally they are doing research based on the clear, and they have the funding, they have the capitals to do it. Then I think they can, and they will only do research innovation which have clear economic benefits. That one is clear. But I think before I end my response, I think the most important thing for us is at the small scale, at individual level, at the university level, is to look at the current innovation that are already there in the market and see how we can use it to actually use it in the society. It's not so much of coming up with totally new innovation, but utilizing whatever innovation that already there in the knowledge domain and to use it. I think that's a challenge.
Okay,
so
thank you very much. Mr. Uchiyama, maybe you can add some answer for the question that already sent.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm answering the right question, but for the company, the using of recycled material is always about the cost of the material. Like for example, in AC, we use aluminum and copper, but we are like always considering how we can change it from the raw material to the recycled one. But like it always faces a problem of like cost and also the quality, but mainly cost. And yeah, that's so like for the company, like we can say that we are like an eco-friendly company, and but always like thinking the like benefit and the cost. And so for the company, like corporate perspective, like yeah, yes, that is yes. Is it answering the question?
How about with what Prof. Rizal said before about each company when doing the innovation always looking forward for the benefit, the economic benefit? Is that true in your company?
Economic benefit?
If you are doing the innovation, you're always looking forward for the economic benefit in your company. Is that true?
Yeah, it's a bit difficult to answer. Yeah, we are always looking for the economic benefit to like answer to explain for the stakeholder, of course. But at the same time, I think like compared with like 7 years ago when I entered the company, like the discussion inside the company is also like kind of changing from like only the benefit or like a profit of the company to like we have to think about the like environment and the like social aspect of our activity. So I don't know, because like company is very sensitive to the change of the society. So yeah, that is happening inside the company.
Okay.
Yeah, if I can add this dilemma, because if you read a book by Simon Sinek is a very famous author. He wrote a book, The Infinite Games. I think I would suggest you read it. So he talks about businesses, and businesses have this dilemma. In the early days of business, business was created in order to serve the community. They sell product because the community needs a product. But now, in the current mode of business, it's about answering to the stakeholders. So, so this is the balance. So it's about making profit to the stakeholders, to the investors. So I think this paradigm needs to change. I think that is a very obvious. If you ask businesses, it's about return of investment. If they are losing money, they wouldn't. But I think I understand where Mr. Miharu coming from in terms of business. Okay, but from university perspective, we develop innovation not so much because of the economic benefits, but the needs of society. I think, for example, there's an issue of, I think last year I came here, we have the program pengabdian masyarakat. We went to a desa, desa, and they have this issue of not having a supply, electricity. So some group, they developed the solar panel. So there is no economic benefit there. You do not get money out of it, but you provide benefit to society. I think the perspective is this. The perspective is, if you solve the problem of the community, the benefit will come in terms of monetary. But if you aim to get money, the society may not benefit, but you get the money. So I think for innovators, for researchers, our focus is on how to bring benefits to solve the real problem. And if you do that, I believe God will give you money. So the money will come. If you focus on profit, you may be rich, but you will not be happy because you're not giving actually real solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so Bapak Ibu, is there any more question? Ladies and gentlemen, ya, ada pertanyaan di belakang, Mas. Bentar.
Okay, good morning everyone. Good morning Mr. Rizal and good morning Mr. Miharu. I have two questions, one for Mr. Rizal and one for Mr. Miharu. One question is for Mr. Rizal first. Talking about EV in China, in Indonesia lately is using a same EV too. But my question is, how many percent and how many time we can do the same like in China, especially from in Indonesia and in Thailand, in Philippines, how many time we can do the same thing like in China right now? And question number 2 for Mr. Miharu. Okay, lately you say about two programs to reduce global warming. It's about active cooling and passive cooling, right? About these two ways, how many time or how many percent we can reduce global warming with active cooling and passive cooling? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. May I know your name?
Sorry, my name is Prima. I'm from Untak Surabaya.
Rima. So, okay, for the first question, what do you mean about how many time?
How many years maybe, or
Or
how
how
many
many
percent change that we can do the same thing like in China right
Like
now?
in China right now. Okay, how
Yes.
many years? Okay, thank you very much for the question. So, Prof. Rizal, for the first question, maybe you can answer it right now.
Yeah, okay. So I think when you talk about EV, I think you must understand EV. The car itself is just one part of the system. The car itself. So if I go to a small island in Indonesia, I take my EV there. So it's no point, right? You may have the road, but you don't have the charging station. You don't have the battery supplier, you know. So when you talk about EV, you must always understand that it's an ecosystem. For example, you buy a brand new car, bring to the island, there's no petrol station. So you're in trouble. The car will be just for show. It doesn't move. So that means, so EV needs the proper ecosystem. Like I take my example, I can talk about Malaysia because we are from Malaysia, right? So we also talk about EV, but the problem in Malaysia is that, this is common knowledge, nothing secret about it. The problem in Malaysia is that we do not have enough charging station in our roads, on our highways. So per charge, you can go for, let's say, 300 kilometers. If you go into the villages, there is no charging station. Okay, what if we use the house supply? Well, you can use, but the charging rate is very slow. It takes long. Maybe if you go to a pump station, you pump the power per, that means you need, let's say, 5-6 hours to charge one pack. So you cannot wait. If you're traveling from the south to the north, you cannot stop and wait for 6 hours before you continue, right? So they say, okay, it's okay. I have another battery pack in my car. The battery pack for EV is very heavy. You cannot just pick it up. I mean, it's not practical. But in China, I'm not glorifying China. I'm not glorifying the country. I'm just saying that even your phone, they have, you can swap your phone. I was staying at a hotel. At every level, there is a swap station. You can take your power bank. You can put it, take a new one. Not free, right? You have to pay, right? But you can change. And if you have an e-bike, you can stop at you can take out your battery and get a new battery without waiting for charging. If you have that kind of ecosystem, EV is practical. I do not know about Indonesia, but I'm pretty sure Malaysia is not ready for EV. Okay, when I was in China, if you want to buy a car, the cheap car is the petrol-based car. The expensive one is the EV. So that is the idea. That means to answer your question, if the ecosystem is there, then you can use EV. Is practical for the country. But if there is no proper ecosystem, that EV is not practical. That's why in Malaysia, if you saw a guy driving an EV, he is driving an EV because he's a rich guy, but not for daily use, not much for daily use. So this is my comment. I hope the Malaysian government do not hear my answer. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Rizal. So to Mr. Uchiyama about how many percent that your solution will reduce the global warming?
Okay, thank you for getting interested in AC. I'm very glad. First, I think I should explain about the influence of AC on global warming. By our company's estimate, that the 1% of CO2 emission in the globe is by using the Daikin's air conditioner. It's so huge, right? 1% is emitted by our product, like by the use of energy, because of the energy is produced by using coal and oil and gases. So that is the influence of cooling, aircon on the global warming. So how many percentage we can reduce the energy consuming energy is very difficult question. So because we are still like looking for how we can combine the passive and active cooling and reduce the using of the energy. But the very like difficulty in Southeast Asia is that like it's very humid and people tend to stay in very low air tightness housing. So, and also the sunlight is very strong. So like a humid and hot air comes into the houses, and houses have the capacity of heat capacity itself. So we need much energy in Southeast Asia and Africa and India, like comparing with country in Japan and America and Europe. So electricity usage will be very huge in this country. I think like if you have AC in your home, you will realize that the expense of the electricity bill will like increase by using AC very high. So yeah, sorry for I cannot answer clearly like in the number, but I hope like you can like get a sense of like how important it is to reduce the using of the energy by air conditioners.
Oke, thank you very much Bapak Ibu. Itu tadi adalah 3 pertanyaan dan sudah menutup sesi kita hari ini. So ladies and gentlemen, that was our 3 questions and we come to an end of this session. I would like to say thank you very much to Prof. Rizal and also Mr. Uchiyama for sharing us the knowledge, the insight about the sustainable technology and also circular economy. It's very valuable for us to know that the academy have a vital role in circular economy and also in sustainable technology. Thank you very much as well for everyone and in the audience for your active participation and also questions. To conclude our plenary session today, I would like to tell you about the conclusion about the academia really have the good role or pivotal role for the transformation and also the economic benefits that we have from the innovations. And also we have to do some action about this circular economy and also for the individual, organization, and also into institution. For the last words, I have already write from Prof. Rizal that we should do our innovation without thinking about the economy, but we should think about the benefit that will be received by the society. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention today. I will close this session. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mrs. Luvia, as our moderator at the first plenary session. We kindly ask for Mrs. Luvia, Professor Rizal, and Mr. Uchiyama to stay on the stage. Next is the session for token of appreciation to the speaker at the first plenary session by Mr. Aris Heri Andriawan, STMT, as the head of Institute for Research and Community Service of UNTAK Surabaya. We kindly invite Mr. Aris to come to the stage. Thank you for Mr. Aris, Mrs. Lovia, Professor Rizal, and Mr. Uchiyama. You may now go back to your seat. Pemberitahuan untuk kepada para penanya yang tadi telah bertanya di plenary session 1, silahkan berdiri sejenak untuk menerima apresiasi dari acara pada pagi hari ini.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next session to discuss deeper about the topic of today's conference. I'm pleased to introduce our esteemed moderator for this session is Mrs. Amalia Nurul Mutmaina SICOM MA. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Amalia to the stage to lead us through this important discussion.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you still have the energy to join this session. Don't worry, after this we will have our lunch break. So we are entering the second plenary session of the day. In the previous session, led by Bu Luvia with the speakers Prof. Rizal and also Mr. Miharu, we have talked about innovation and sustainability from the technology and engineering perspective. Meanwhile, for the second session for the plenary speakers, we will talk about sustainability and innovation from the social and economic perspectives. So for this session, we will have two speakers. I will introduce them. For this session, we will have Professor Maria Rosel and San Pascual from the So she usually known as faculty member of the Department of Communication, University of the Philippines, Diliman. She earned her holds 2 master degrees, MA in Communications and New Media from National University of Singapore, and Development Economics from University of the Philippines, Diliman. Which graduated with magna cum laude and was a Pai Gamma Mu International Honor Society awardee. Wow, a very amazing achievements. And her research interests cover the areas of communication and new media, online discourse, media habits and behaviors, media effects, political communication, health communication, family communication, youth, LGBTQIA+, and transnational migration. Prof. Chen is a member of the Philippine Media Monitoring Laboratory of the UP Department of Communication Research. She's also serving as the treasurer of the board of Pi Gamma MU International Honor Society, Philippine Alpha Chapter, and the president of the board of Philippine Association for Communication and Media Researchers. I would like to invite Prof. Chen to join me to the stage. Please give her a round of applause. Thank you very much, Prof. Chen. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Amal, for that very warm welcome. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Did I pronounce that correctly? Selamat pagi. I'm here to present my co-authored study on women in Filipino transnational families. Can we project my deck, please? There you go. So this is co-authored with my husband, DJ Cromwell Sankey, who is also a part-time faculty member of University of the Philippines, Diliman. So the question is, why is it important to understand transnational families and the women in them? Next slide, please. First, women in transnational families experience family life in different ways in the context of international labor migration separation. These women are either the international migrant workers themselves who have been separated from their families back in the Philippines, the spouse or partner left behind by an international migrant worker, the daughters left behind by the labor migration of either one or both parents, the mothers left behind by migrant workers, or the women carers of the left behind children of migrant workers. As seen on the first graph, there is an increasing trend in the overall international labor migration of Filipinos. The first line is about the Philippines, from about 2 million Filipinos leaving for overseas employment annually in the 1990s to about 6 million Filipinos leaving annually to work abroad in the year 2020. Almost a 300% increase. Now, comparing the second and third graphs, we also see that historically, there's actually more women than men leaving the country for overseas employment. Thus, there are more Filipino migrant women who are being separated from their families back home each year. We can also infer the resulting growing trend of left behind spouses or partners, left behind daughters, left behind mothers, and carers of left behind children each year. Next question. Why is it important to understand transnational families and the women in them in the context of sustainable development? Next slide. By itself, the United Nations recognized the positive contribution of migrants for inclusive growth and sustainable development. 2 UN SDGs explicitly mention labor migration. SDG 10 on reducing inequality, specifically target 10.7 on facilitating orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people. And SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, specifically target 8.8 on protecting labor rights and promoting safe, secure working environments, including those of migrant workers, especially women migrants. Other UN SDGs likewise apply here, such as SDG 1 on ending poverty in all its forms everywhere, and SDG 5 on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. So with a growing number of Filipino families experiencing separation by labor migration, mechanisms and institutions should be strengthened to ensure that we are not neglecting the human development of families and individuals, needing to manage transnational family life amidst overseas labor movements. Next slide. Thank you. So our study surfaces the voices of women in transnational family settings as they work to cultivate and sustain the feeling of collective welfare and unity, namely familyhood, even across national borders. Next slide. So we sought to understand the sense-making of these variously situated women in Filipino transnational families. We interviewed 34 of them from April to July this year. Next slide, please. Our own sense-making is informed by the concept of intersectionality. Some of you may be familiar with this concept. This is widely used in feminist discourses and praxis and in Filipino migration studies. Intersectionality asserts how certain social, economic, cultural, structural locations create simultaneous and multiplicative access of power and oppression for individuals, making them experience the world differently, unequally, and even unjustly. Next slide, please, our research focus. So using intersectionality as a lens, we sought to understand the sense-making of variously situated women in Filipino transnational families through their ideations, their imaginings of being a woman in their enactment of transnational family life. Next slide. So of course, we built a framework on intersectionality through an emergent process of identification to surface the intersectionalities in our informants' narratives. Next slide. The first phase involved an a priori path to identification of intersectionalities, wherein we noted the social structural location of women, in transnational family setting as a vertical axis of location. That is, if they are the migrant workers, the left behind wives or partners, the left behind daughters, the left behind mothers, the women carers of left behind. Next slide. In the second phase, which followed a more emergent route to identification of intersectionalities, this phase involved the close reading and rereading of our informants' narratives to determine their moments of joy, moments of pain, guilt, gratefulness, their understanding of family and of being a woman in the family, and their learnings from their experience of family. We realized in our close reading that the narratives of these women drift from states of ginhawa or ease and hirap or struggle. Please remember these two terms. I'll be referring to them frequently. Ginhawa means ease, while hirap means struggle. Next slide, please. So we thereafter noted the points of emergence of these eases and struggles within each social structural location and identified thematic overlaps across social structural locations. From these, we came up with our study's horizontal axis of intersectionality, which we call the nodes of hirap and ginhawa, or the nodes of ginhawa and hirap. And from these nodes, we cover 4 primary nodes: civil status, educational attainment, care work, and productive work. Next slide, please. We further expanded the specificities under care work, such as performance of affective and reproductive labor, and underneath productive work, such as performance of productive engagement. Next slide. So this is our framework. The blank boxes there will be filled in later, but this is the general framework that we came up with after our close reading and rereading of our informants' narratives. So by taking into account the vertical axis of social structural location and the horizontal axis of nodes of ginhawa and hirap, we present our grounded framework on the intersectionalities of eases and struggles of women in transnational families. Please note, as the sample of women we interviewed is not representative of the population of women in Filipino transnational families, we do not claim that our framework exhausts the full range of intersectionalities likely present. Nonetheless, we offer illustrative rather than representative cases in our efforts to provide an evidence-based catalog of the axis of intersectionalities where ginhawa and hirap potentially emerge from. Next slide, please. So, with our grounded framework and through locational analysis, we understood how fundamentally rooted our women informants' sense-making is in their own performance as a woman in the family, and how this is influenced by intersectionalities characterized in the interaction of their gender, race, social class, and migration status. Next slide. Let's now go over each of the women in the social structural location by first focusing on migrant women's sense-making in the family. Next slide. So we observed that the migrant women, their experiences of ginhawa and hirap come from the nodes of civil status, educational attainment, self-care work or their ability to pursue their plans, spouse or partner care work or their ability to remotely maintain relational health with their spouse or partner, ability to perform remote acts of affection, ability to perform remote acts of intimacy. Child care work, their ability to perform remote parenting, and ability to remotely maintain relational health with kids. Kin care work, if they have a lot of dependents in the Philippines, and then community care work or their degree of involvement with local communities. When it comes to productive engagement, we talk about employment privileges, highlighting their ability to wisely spend, save, invest, and prepare for retirement. Now, the extent of employment privileges emerges as a unique specificity of migrant women, since these determines their capacity for mutual family visits, their ability to bring their family to wherever they are working, and to eventually bring their family abroad for reunification. Next slide, please. So our intersectionality framework, our framework, then help us to analyze the narratives of migrant women as they made sense of their experiences as women in the family. Their sense-making manifested in three forms. First, through the metaphor of ilaw ng tahanan, in English, light of the home. Through the dualities of ilaw and haligi ng tahanan. Haligi means pillar, haligi ng tahanan, pillar of the home. And through the personal quality of being matatag, or in English, being tough, steadfast, resilient. Next slide, please. So Filipinos traditionally regard women as the ilaw, or light of the home, as their so-called femininity is perceived to bring the warmth necessary in their culturally ascribed reproductive and affective family roles. Meanwhile, men are seen as haligi or pillar of the home, a reinforcement, a very gendered reinforcement of the stereotypical attributes of power needed in their performance, again, of their gendered masculine roles. These gendered cultural ascriptions permeate the migrant women's sense-making. For instance, let me walk you through some of the interviews and the informants that we've conducted. Our first mother, Tin, a migrant woman. So she grounds her narrative on her intersectionality as a US-based migrant woman, performing years of care work for her two children and pursuing productive work while her husband was away on US military duty. Barely in her 20s, when she started in the US as a stay-at-home wife mother, she recounted her life of clockwork domestic and sole parenting duties while juggling, finding, and keeping employment. Tin recalled, and I read, being so young, Tin said, I knew very little about running a family. I was the mommy, the daddy, the ilaw, the haligi, everything. I was by myself. I also felt a lot of pressure finding gainful employment, as I felt quite insecure at first of my abilities being so young and new in the US. Another mother, Rain, from the Bahamas, she shared how important it was for her to be matatag, to be tough, to survive the many crises she experienced as a migrant worker and later as a left-behind partner. She recalled how she had to abruptly return home within the first year of her work contract in the Bahamas. It's usually a 2-year contract, so she had to return home even before her first contract ended because her husband died in a motorcycle accident. Then, on her second contract, she got sent home again, back home again, because she had a workplace accident. So she went back to the Bahamas for the third time, and then she had to quit her employment there during her third contract because she became pregnant with a fellow overseas worker who already had a family of his own. Rain, who is now based in the Philippines after years of going back and forth from the Philippines to the Bahamas, is now looking after her two daughters and a very sick father. Emotionally, she reflected, Rain said, the trials in my life seem never ending, but I need to be matatag, to be tough and resilient for my children. Now, let's talk about Flower. She's a single Filipino woman based in Singapore. You know, being matatag was differently expressed in the intersectionalities of women who are single and who have chosen a migrant status to widen personal horizons. They define resilience, their pagiging matatag, as a commitment primarily to themselves and not necessarily to their family. As Flower expressed, I'm actually not obliged to provide for my family. Renewing my residency status in Singapore is the constantly challenging aspect of my overseas employment. So you see the variations in the narratives, even though all of them are classified under the intersectionality of women migrant workers. Let's now move forward to the next social structural location. Next slide, please. Let's now talk about the left behind wives or partners and their sense making as women in the family. All right, next slide, please. So similar to migrant women, the left behind wives or partners are chiefly concerned with spouse or partner care work, which they now perform remotely. Unlike migrant women, however, those left behind wives and partners would have financial management as a driver of ease or struggle, budgeting, managing money sent by their partners or spouse from abroad. Childcare work, which is now performed on-site by these left-behind wives, partners, mothers. And then as for productive engagement, their experiences of ginhawa and hirap ensue from their ability to earn their own income, to spend wisely, to save, invest, and prepare for retirement. Next slide, please. So the left-behind wives and partners, next slide, please, made sense of their transnational family experience through the metaphor, again, of ilaw ng tahanan, the duality of ilaw and haligi ng tahanan, and through the personal quality of being matatag. Let's now go over some of the narratives. Sion, a left-behind wife, whose set of intersectionalities is informed by her husband, who worked in the Middle East for almost 2 decades. Imagine raising your children, 3 children, by your own, because your husband has been away for 20 years. So she acted like a single mom. How Sion took on side jobs to augment their income, and how she monitored her husband's health remotely since her husband suffered from stroke before migrating. Vividly, Sion said, you know, you must be prepared. When my husband left, I needed to perform the responsibilities not just of a mother, but also of a father for 20 years. Meanwhile, 2 other left-behind wives, let's call them Pai and Anne. So there are 2 left-behind wives whose respective husbands ended up in extramarital relationships, saw themselves as mother-father, upon ending up as the sole financial provider and moral supporter of their children. Okay, moving forward. Next slide, please. Now let's examine the experiences of left-behind daughters. We noted that the left-behind daughters, next slide, please, their experiences of ginhawa and hirap come from the nodes of self-care work, kin care work, and when we talk about kin care work in the context of left-behind daughters, these refer to opportunities for mutual visits, and or permanent reunification with their migrant parent. They also have to maintain their relational health with their migrant parent, their left-behind parent, and carers. But unlike the other social structural location, their productive engagement would most likely focus on obtaining higher level education because one of the primary drivers of overseas migration is for the parents to provide for their children's education and to see their children complete their college degree. Next slide, please. So the left-behind daughters made sense of their transnational family experience only through the duality of ilaw and haligi and through the personal quality of being matatag. Let's just focus our attention on Cam. Cam is a 19-year-old daughter of a former migrant domestic helper. So the left behind daughters who realize the need to be matatag, to be strong, to be tough, to be resilient, since they live transnationally apart from their migrant parents, saw resilient independence as key to survival. Cam was raised only by her grandparents, then later on by a series of stepfathers and carers. So Cam created this belief that she only has herself to rely on for care and support. Cam disclosed, you know, ate, she called me ate, I prefer being on my own. I have been used to living away from my mother and family. I have become matatag, tough. I can see that I can already make it without them. And she's only 19 years old. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, again, moving further forward, let's now focus our attention on left behind mothers and women caregivers. Because I have limited time, I'll just talk about the common or the similar intersectional specificities. Next slide, please. So in particular, left behind mothers on my right side and the women carers on my left side, they share certain specificities under the nodes of civil status, educational attainment, care work, and productive engagement. Next slide. These women made sense of their transnational family experience through the personal quality of being matatag. Okay? Ina, let's focus our attention on Ina. Ina is a 77-year-old left behind mother. She exercises being matatag by enduring the sadness that she said she persistently feels. She lamented, "It's hard. I usually really end up crying because they were never far away from me, and then they suddenly are." She further shared how she manages the sadness through regular long-distance communication with her children and grandchildren in the US and the prospect of annual family reunion in the Philippines. My second to the last slide. Next slide, please. To conclude, our study offers a grounded framework on intersectionality, enabling the analysis of narratives of variously situated women in Filipino transnational families in terms of their sense-making as women in the family and their negotiations of ginhawa and hirap in family life. While there are common themes of utterances in our women informants' views, such as ilaw ng tahanan, the dualities of ilaw at haligi ng tahanan, and being matatag, their perspectives emanate from their social structural location in their transnational family setting, and critically, from the intersection of such locations with the nodes of ginhawa and hirap. Now, why is it important to identify these intersectionalities? Identifying the intersectionalities present in their interaction of gender, such as being female, race, such as being Filipino, social class, such as educational attainment, migration status, such as employment privileges, and residency, enriches our understanding of the complex situation of women in transnational families. In short, variously situated women in transnational family setting experience family life differently. Indeed, even women from the same social structural location would have different transnational family life experience, which emanate from the variances in their nodes of ginhawa and hirap. Hence, the multi-layered spectrum of intersectionality not only informs how women negotiate and confront the ginhawa and hirap of family life, but is also extant in their sense-making of their womanhood. We must thus continue both theoretical work and activism in this field and persistently engage in critiques that challenge our real-world dynamics that foster such complex access of intersectionalities. As real and as inevitable overseas work and migrant family life is for many members of our society, understanding the simultaneous and multiplicative areas of concern of women in transnational families is a step to better supporting their quality of life and potentials for success and prosperity. And that's it. Our study will be included as a chapter in a forthcoming book on Philippine migration. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Chen. You may join me here in the front of the stage. Thank you very much to all the audiences. And it's very interesting what Prof. Chen have talked about the transnational families. I'm pretty sure that here some of us in Indonesia also have similar experiences, because some families here also have migrant workers. But we will talk about this topic a little bit later, because we will move on to the next speaker for this plenary session. Slightly different from the previous session, we will have this session in hybrid mode, because Dr. Caetano is joining us from East Timor through Zoom. Maybe operator can also help showing. Hello, Dr. Caetano.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear us clearly here?
Yes.
Okay. Before you begin your plenary speech, I would like to first introduce you to the audience here. So our second speaker is certainly as amazing as our first speaker, and I hope I managed to pronounce his name and titles correctly. So thank you very much for joining us, Dr. Caetano Carceres Correa, Lig EC, MAKCMA, CFRCIA. So Dr. Caetano is currently the Vice Rector for Administration and Finance at Da Paz University, Timor-Leste or East Timor. While holding this important position, he is also active as Director of Finance and Consultants for several organizations. Dr. Caetano pursued his bachelor in accounting at Da Paz University, and he earned his master and doctoral degree from universities in Indonesia. So he's very familiar with situation in Indonesia as well. He studied Master of Accounting at UKSW Salatiga and earned his doctoral degree in economics from our beloved University Untak Surabaya. As you may heard when I mentioned his full name, Dr. Caetano earned a lot of certifications. He is a certified management accountant, certified internal audit, certified financial report, and certified fundamental taxation. So once again, let's give us a round of applause to Dr. Caetano. Okay, Dr. Caetano, this time is yours. You can start your plenary speech.
So the slide organized by the UNTAC.
Could you see it in your screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Still not.
Or do you prefer to operate the slides yourself? Okay, as I think the operator have shown the slide, the Zoom. Oke. Jadi akan operator dari sini Pak yang akan share screen slide-nya agar bisa sinkron dengan situasi di venue.
Okay.
Okay. The time is yours, Dr. Caetano.
Okay, so thank you for your for the opportunity and the time given to me. I received the invitation from the committee to the participant in this seminar with the topic of the enterprise and economic empower in the Timor-Leste. So we have 4 contexts to discuss in this moment. The context, the first is the role of the natural resource in the economic development. And the second, the significance of MSMA in the economic. And then the women empowerment through entrepreneurship. In the last, challenge and the opportunity for the economic growth. Next. The first, the role of the natural resource in the economic development. Review of the Timor-Leste natural resource. Diverse natural resource. Timor-Leste is the endowed with a variety of natural resources. Slide. This is included all oil, gas, mineral, and agriculture lands, which are crucial for its economic development and sustainability. And the second, community development initiative. This venture often focus on the community development, providing essential services such as education, healthcare, and job training, which contribute to the improved living standard and social cohesion with local population. Then measuring impact and sustainability. Effective management of the desk resource is essential to avoid the pitfall of resource depends, ensuring that they benefit the population through responsibility government and economic diversification. Next. Economic impact of oil and gas. We have 4 points. Revenue generation, oil and gas sector significantly contribute to the natural revenue, providing funds for public service, infrastructure development, and social program in Timor-Leste. The second, employment opportunities. The industry create direct and indirect job opportunity and charging local employment right and contributing to the overall economic power of communities. Second, foreign investment attraction. The presence of oil and gas resources attracts foreign investment, fostering economic growth and technological advancement in various sectors of the economic. The last, environmental concern. Exploitation of oil and gas resources pose environmental risks, necessitation sustainable practice to mitigate negative impact on the ecosystem and local communities. Continue. The rise of resource depends from economic growth potential, job creation opportunities, foreign investment attraction, infrastructure development funding, and then increase government revenue, and the last, resource management advancement. And cons, economic volatility is rise, over reliance on communities, neglect of other sector, environment degradation, concern, social equality issues, and government challenge. Next slide, please. Importance of economic diversification. Mitigation economic vulnerability. Economic diversification reduce reliance on the signal sector such as oil and gas, thereby minimizing vulnerability to make fluctuation and global price change. The second, and diversified economic faster the growth of various industries, leading to increased job opportunities and improve livelihoods for the population, particularly in rural areas. The last, promoting sustainability development. Diversification encourages innovation and investment in sustainable practice, contributing to the long economic stability and environmental protection in the Timor-Leste. The next slide. The significance of the MSME in the economic. Definition of the MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprises, are defined based on the number of the employer and annual turnover, playing a crucial role in the fostering entrepreneurship and economic growth in the Timor-Leste. The second characteristic of MSME, typically characterized by their local ownership, flexibility, and innovation, contribute significantly to the growth and the diversification of the economic, and changing the resilience against economic shock. The last importance in the development serve as the vital essence for economic empowerment, providing opportunities for marginalized groups, including women and youth, thereby promotion inclusive growth and social equity in the Timor-Leste. The next slide. Contribution to the job creation and GDP. Job creation impact are pivotal in generating employment opportunities, accounting for a significant percentage of total job in Timor-Leste, thus changing local livelihood and reducing unemployment rates. The second, GDP contribution. This enterprise contribution substantially to the national GDP, fostering economic growth through diversion sectors such as agriculture, trade, and services, which are essential for the balanced economic. The last, economic resilience by promoting entrepreneurship and innovation. Enhance economic resilience enable communities to adapt to market change and internal job while supporting sustainable development initiatives. Next slide. We have the 5 W and 1 H. Why? Government support for the MSME is essential to the foster entrepreneurship, stimulate economic growth, and create job opportunity until contributing to national development and poverty alleviation. Where support initiatives are rolled out across Timor-Leste, focusing on urban and rural areas to ensure equitable access to resources and opportunity for all entrepreneurs. Who? The key stakeholders involved, including government agents, local business association, financial institutions, and international organizations collaborating to empower MSME effectively. And what? The government implement various programs and policies aimed at providing financial assistance, training, and resources to enhance the capacity and competitiveness of MSME in the Timor-Leste. The last, when government support is ongoing with a specific program launched periodically to address emerging challenges faced by the MSME, particularly in response to economic fluctuation or increase. And how support is provided through grants, low interest loan, training workshop, mentorship program, and policy reform aimed at creating and conducive environment for MSME growth and sustainability. The next slide. Resilience of MSMEs post-COVID-19 adoption strategy. MSME in Timor-Leste have demonstrated remarkable resilience post-COVID-19 by adopting innovative business model, leveraging digital technology for e-commerce and diversified their product offering to meet changing consumer demand, thereby ensuring sustainability and growth in the challenging economic landscape. Next slide. Women empowerment through entrepreneurship. The importance of the empowering women in business. Economic growth catalyst. Empowering women in business significantly contribute to the economic growth by increasing workforce participation, enhancing productivity, and fostering innovation, ultimately leading to the more relation and diversified economic in the Timor-Leste. The last initiative supporting women entrepreneur. Various initiatives by the government and non-governmental organizations focus on providing financial support, training, and mentorship to the women entrepreneur in Timor-Leste. I mean, to change their business skill and access to the market, thereby fostering economic empowerment and gender equality. Role of training and education in the empowerment. Skill development empowerment, like training and education, are crucial for the equipping individual, particularly women, with the necessary skill and knowledge to success in the entrepreneurship, thereby enhancing their economic empowerment and contributing to the overall development of the Timor-Leste. Next slide. Social entrepreneurship and community impact. Empowerment through social ventures. Social entrepreneurship in the Timor-Leste empower communities by addressing social issues while creating sustainable business model, fostering local ownership and enhancing economic resilience among marginalized groups. Community development initiative. These ventures often focus on the community development, providing essential services such as education, healthcare, and job training, which contribute to the improved living standard and social cohesion with local population. The last, measuring impact and sustainability. Evaluating in the impact of the social entrepreneurship involves assessing both social outcome and financial sustainability, ensuring that this initiative can drive long-term while effectively meeting with community needs. Next slide.
I'm sorry, Dr. Caetano. Kindly wrap up your presentation since we only have 2 minutes left for your session.
This is the last slide.
Oke, terima kasih Bapak. Thank you.
The last slide. Okay. Challenge and opportunity for economic growth. Current economic challenge in the Timor-Leste. High unemployment rate. Timor-Leste face significant unemployment challenge, particular among youth and women, which hamper economic growth and social stability. The second depends on oil revenue. The economic haven't realized on oil and gas revenue post rise of volatility and sustainability. And opportunities for investment and development. Timor-Leste presents significant opportunities for investment in infrastructure development, including transportation, energy, and telecommunication. There is growing potential for investment in the sustainable enterprise that focus on the eco-friendly practice and social impact. A strategy for the sustainable economic growth, promoting inclusive entrepreneurship, encouraging inclusive entrepreneurship through targeting support for the marginalized group such as women and youth can drive sustainable economic growth in the Timor-Leste by the fostering innovation, create job, and enhancing community reliance. So thank you. I give back to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Caetano. Okay, so we already listened to two amazing plenary speech from our speakers, and now I'm opening the floor for the Q&A session. Is there any question coming from the participants in the room? Okay, we have one question over there. Please help to give the microphone.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Divaniken. I'm a student of English literature and I'm come from Universitas 17 Agustus 1945 Surabaya. My question is for Professor Rosel. So are there any government programs or laws in the Philippines to support women in transnational families and ease their struggles? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Givanika. I think Dr. Chen can directly answer her question about whether there is any regulations from the government to support the transnational families.
Hi, thank you for that. There's no specific law targeting transnational families, but we have a ministry which we call Department of Migrant Workers. And that ministry is particularly focused on the affairs of workers who are leaving for overseas employment and also taking care of their families back home. But even so, such mechanisms is not enough to be actually felt on the ground so that families back home and migrant workers are equipped with enough literacy to actually thrive in a transnational family setting.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Chen. I hope this answers the question from Givanika. Considering the time limit that we are having and we need to moving on to the next session, the next agenda in today's event. I think for now I would like to wrap up the second plenary session. Once again, thank you very much to Prof. Chen. Thank you very much, Dr. Caetano, for the amazing speech. And I would like to return the session to the master of the ceremony.
Thank you. We kindly ask for Mrs. Amalia and Prof. Chen to stay on the stage. Next is the session for token of appreciation to the speaker at the second plenary session by Dr. Tri Pramesti MS as the Head of Cooperation Officer of UNTAC Surabaya. Thank you, Dr. Tri, Mrs. Amalia, and Prof. Chen. You may now go back to your seat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a lunch and prayer break. Lunch will be served in front of this theater room. The prayer rooms and restroom are accessible on floor 6 and 9. Before we proceed, I would like to take a moment to remind all participants to fill out the attendance sheet. Your presence is important, and completing this form will ensure you to receive your certificate of participation. Hadirin, saat ini telah memasuki waktu istirahat dan makan siang. Hidangan makan siang terletak di depan gedung ini. Untuk partai dan musola terletak pada samping lantai 6 dan lantai 9 pada gedung ini. Sebelum meninggalkan ruangan, diharapkan seluruh peserta mengisi presensi pada QR code yang telah ditampilkan di layar depan.
The duration of the lunch and prayer break is around 45 minutes, then continue with a parallel session on the 6th and 9th floor of this building. Please check your session and presentation room on the schedule shared by the committee. Durasi istirahat sekitar 45 menit. Seluruh peserta dimohon memeriksa ruangan untuk sesi paralel pada jadwal yang telah dibagikan oleh panitia. Terima kasih, selamat menikmati hidangan yang sudah disediakan.
Thank you. Oke, untuk seluruh peserta dipersilakan untuk menikmati hidangan makan siang di luar ruangan ini, di lobi depan. To all of the participants, you can enjoy the lunch that already served in front of this room. Thank you. Hadirin para peserta dipersilakan untuk mengakses jadwal konferensi pada QR code yang telah disediakan dan diharap untuk menghadiri parallel session yang akan dilaksanakan pukul 1:10 nanti. Terima kasih.
Questions. Now let's go back to the into progress did not speak as loud as my heart. Tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. Oh, when I rush to the start, running in circles, chasing tails, coming back as we are. Nobody said it was easy. Oh, it's such a shame for us to part. Nobody said it was easy. No one ever said it would be so hard. I'm going back to the start. I used to rule the world, seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone, sweep the streets I used to own. I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the old king is dead, long live the king. One minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman Catholic choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you've gone it was never, never an honest word. That was when I ruled the world. It was the wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in, shattered windows and the sound of drums. People couldn't believe what I'd become, reveling was when I ruled the world. When I ruled the world. When you try your best but you don't succeed. When you get what you want but not what you need.
Cik, ini 1, 2, cik.
When you feel so tired but you can't sleep. Stuck
Cik.
in reverse.
Cik. Cik.
And the tears come streaming down your face.
Cik. Cik.
When you lose something
Cik.
you can't
Cik.
replace. When you love someone but
Cik.
it goes to waste.
Cik.
Could it be
Cik. 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 Cik.
high up above or down below? When you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you were. Lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you. lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. to me. Come on and sing it out now, now. Come on and sing it out to me. Come back and sing. In my place were lines that I couldn't change, and I was lost, oh yeah, oh yeah. Call it magic, call it true. I call it magic when I'm with you. And I just got broken into two. Still I call it magic when I'm next to you. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't. No, I don't, it's true. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't want anybody else but you. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't. No, I don't, it's true. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't want anybody else but you. Call it magic, cut me into two. With all your magic, I disappear from view, and I can't get over, can't get over you. Still I call it magic. You're such a precious jewel. And I don't, and I don't, and I don't, and I don't. No, I don't, it's true. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't want anybody else but you. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't. No, I don't, it's true. I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't, no, I don't want anybody else but you. Wanna fall, I fall so far. I wanna fall, I fall so hard. And I call it magic, and I call it true. I call it And if you were to ask me, after all that we've been through, still believe in magic? Well, yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Oh, yes, I do. Of course I do. smash my heart into smithereens. Be a bright red rose, come burst in the concrete. Be a cartoon heart. Light a fire, fire, spark. Light a fire, flame in my heart. We'll run wild. We'll be glowing in the dark. We'll be glowing in the all the boys, all the girls, all that matters in the world. All the boys, all the girls, all the madness that occurs. All the highs, all the lows, as the room is spinning goes. We'll run riot. We'll be glowing in the luminous and wired. We'll be glowing in the dark. Been rusting in the rubble, running to a fame. Need a brand new coat of paint. I found myself in trouble, thinking about what ain't. Never gonna be the same. Say. Flow like an eagle, fall like the rain. Pour in to put out the pain. Oh, again and again. Now I'm here, hypnotized. Yeah, tripped when I look in your eyes. Oh, I'm hypnotized. Yeah, slip and I'm mesmerized. Was a long and dark December. From the rooftops I remember there was snow, white snow. Clearly I remember from the windows they were watching while we froze down below. When the future's architecture by a carnival of idiots on show, you better lie low. If you love me, won't you let me know? It was a long and dark December when the banks became cathedrals and the fog became dark. Priests clutched onto Bibles, hollowed out to fake their rifles, and the cross was held aloft. Bury me in armor when I'm dead and hit the ground. My legs are posed and unfurled. If you love me, won't you let me know? I don't wanna be a soldier, be the captain of some sinking ship with snow far below. So if you love me, why'd you let me go? I took my love down to Violet Hill. There we sat in snow. All that time she was silent still. So if you love me, won't you let me know? If you love me, won't you let me know? cherubim, seraphim soon. Come singing a song by the light of the moon. Oh, I wanna know where I can go back and get drunk with my friends. I wanna know where I can go back and feel home again. I can swim in waves down the road. I wanna be with you till the world ends. I wanna be with you till the whole world ends. Got a tattoo set together through life. Carving your name with my pocket knife. And you wonder when you wake up, will it be alright? Oh, oh, feels like there's something broken inside. All I know, is that I'm lost wherever you go. All I know is that I love you so much that it hurts. Got a tattoo and the paint's alright. Just one way of keeping you inside. All I know is that I'm lost in your fire below. All I know is that I love you so much that it hurts. I see the road begin to climb. I see the stars begin to shine. I see your colors and I'm done. I thirst. All I know is that I love you so much that it hurts. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So much that it hurts. So much that it hurts.
The next performers are a unique dance team. He is 25 years old and she is 84 years old. Please welcome Spencer and Barbara.
was the hardest part. I could feel it go down. You left the sweetest taste in my mouth. The silver lining, the cloud. Oh, and I wonder what it's all about. I wonder what it's all about. Everything I know is wrong. Everything I do, it just comes undone. And everything is torn apart. Oh, and that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part. Yeah, that's the hardest part. That's the hardest part.
Do you believe this? We love you. You are fabulous. Hello. Nice to meet you. Hello, Barbara. We don't know whether to cry or laugh or hope to God that we'll be like
not
you.
an inspiration?
Is this fantastic?
How long before I get in? Before it starts, before I begin? How long before you decide? For a second I was in control. I had it once, I lost it though. And all along the fire below would rise. And I wish you could have let me know what's really going on below. I've lost you now, you let me go for one last time. Tell me you love me. If you don't, then lie. Oh, lie to me. Remember once upon a time when I was yours and you were blind. The fire would sparkle in your eyes and mine. So tell me you love me. If you don't, then lie. Oh, lie to me. Just tell me you love me. If you don't, then lie. Oh, lie to me. If you don't, then lie. Oh, lie to me. Call it true, call it true. Call it true, call it
Untuk teman-teman presenter yang mungkin belum mengupload slides, bisa diupload di link yang sudah ditampilkan di layar yang ada di kanan dan di kiri. If there are presenters who have not uploaded slides, they can be uploaded on the bit.ly link on the right and the left side of the screen. Thank you.
Tes, tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this parallel session at the International Conference on Innovation and Community Engagement 2024. It's wonderful to see so many faces joining us for what promises to be stimulating and insightful session on digitalization and sustainability. My name is Nabila Misha, and my friend's name is
Nadia Septian.
And we are honored to serve as your moderator today. Before we start our session, I'd like to share a few key points about our format and guidelines. The first, session format. I will call the presenter based on the order on the list that have been shared by the conference committee. Each presenter has been allocated maximum 10 minutes for their presentation.
Pada sesi format, moderator akan memanggil setiap presenter berdasarkan urutan di daftar nama. Durasi presentasi masing-masing presenter maksimal 10 menit.
Second, Q&A period. After every 5 presentation, I will invite the presenters to come back to the front of the room. The Q&A session lasts for 15 minutes.
Sesi tanya jawab, setelah 5 presentasi, moderator akan memanggil para presenter yang telah presentasi untuk kembali ke depan ruangan. Sesi tanya jawab berlangsung selama 15 menit.
Third, participation guidelines. To ensure a smooth and respectful session for all, please hold your question until the Q&A session. When asking a question, kindly state your name and affiliation first. Please stay in the room until the whole session ends, even though you have finished your presentation.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Oke, good afternoon everyone. Bapak Ibu sekalian, semuanya dari Untak ya.
Iya, Bu.
Iya, Bu
Okay.
Laili. Okay, good afternoon everyone and welcome to this parallel section at the International Conference on Innovation and Community Engagement 2024. It's wonderful to see so many faces joining us for that promise to be a stimulating and insightful session on online session. Okay, kita mulai saja ya. Let's begin with our first presentation. For Ibu Saida Aulia with title of presentation Effectiveness of Training Developmentally Appropriate Practice-Based Learning Method for Kindergarten Principals in Surabaya. And will be session lasts for 10 minutes for their presentation. And then, sorry. And then we will be recorded for archival for presentation our presenters. Okay.
Thank you, Bu Laili. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On this occasion, I will present the result of community service that our team has done. The title of our community service is Implementation of Child-Friendly Learning Modules for Early Childhood Schools Principals in Surabaya. Our team are me as a team leader and also Dr. Heti Sari Ramadhani. And I will start this presentation with situation analysis. Learning for early childhood is not completely child-friendly. As a result, this learning can have a negative impact both in the present and in the future. Commitment and earnest efforts have been made by the Surabaya City Government to support the improvement of the quality of early childhood education in Surabaya. On the other hand, the need for educators who understand and master child-friendly learning methods is still very high. But not all educators understand child-friendly learning methods. Therefore, training is needed to increase insight and skills for educators. The objective of this training aims to provide knowledge and skills to teachers regarding learning methods that are friendly to early childhood. And the benefit of this training, we hope teachers can understand learning methods that are friendly to early childhood and apply them to classroom learning. The method of this training, we design the training first, and then after that, we conducting needs and problems analysis such as data collection through interviews and observation. After that, we create training modules and implementation of the training. And last, we evaluate the result of the training. Our trainees are 85 early childhood education principals in Surabaya. And the result of community service, this training provides two evaluation which include knowledge evaluation through filling out pre and post tests to participants and filling out reaction evaluation to measure the responses of participants given from this activity. The result obtained from filling out the pre and post test through SPSS calculation using different test tools from the pre-test and post-test show significant result of 0.0 less than 0.05. So it can be concluded that training activities provide an increase in participants' knowledge of early childhood friendly learning methods. And The output of this community service, first is draft journal articles, and second is module training. That's all from me. Thank you for the time, and I rest my presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Wabarakatuh. Okay, about Q&A period. After every 5 presentations, we will be open Q&A session. And then the Q&A session lasts for 15 minutes every session. And the audience can raise hand for talking about the questions. Jadi untuk yang online session, kita tidak perlukan untuk maju ke depan. Jadi kita hanya untuk raise hand aja untuk pertanyaan setiap 5 pembicara atau 5 presenter seperti itu. Oke, dan juga untuk yang sudah presentasi, bisa menunggu semuanya selesai dulu baru bersama-sama meninggalkan ruangan seperti itu. Oke. And the second presenters from Yusrida, Rezelasha, dan Elang with title of presentation, Implementation of Early Childhood Language Development Screening through the Children's Language Word Information System, KABATA. Okay, who is presenter?
Okay, yes, ma'am. I'm Yusrida from Untak Surabaya.
Okay, time is yours, Bu Yusrida.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Do you see my share screen or not?
Yes, with Canva, but with Canva?
Yes.
Right? Yep.
Right. Yes. Okay. Okay, I will start my presentation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. I'm honored to present and share insight from our recent work. Before I start my presentation, I will introduce myself. My name is Yusrida Mukliha. I am from Information System and Technology Department, Untak Surabaya. And for your information, my community service system consists of two combination of scientific, data psychology, and information system. And today I will presentation our community services. The title is Implementation of the Kata Baca Language Screening System in Russian Speaker Playgroups. There are 3 outlines of my presentation. The first one is situation analysis, and then partner issue, and the last one is implementation. My screen is pause or start?
Your screen is pause. Sorry.
Okay. I will share again. Okay. Okay, I will share it again. Okay, do you see my screen right now?
Yes. You can start again.
Okay, thank you. I will start again. Okay. There are 3 outline of my presentation. The first one is situation analysis, and then partner issue, and the last one is implementation. Okay, I will start with situation analysis. From my partner recent research, Dr. Isrida, about children living with barriers, it showed that the problems often faced by parents and teachers are related to the problem of speech delays in children.